Chapter 1065. Senior Qin Feng, congratulations. We've all heard that you've become the leader of the martial arts world and defeated the Divine Dragon. You've really made the Dragon sect famous. Another group of people came from outside. They were the people from the Heaven, Earth, and Black Dragon sect. In the past, Song Changxing didn't care about Qin Feng at all and used all sorts of methods to suppress Qin Feng. Now, seeing Qin Feng was like seeing his own father. His old face almost cramped up from smiling. Not only Song Changxing, even the leaders of the Earth group, Exploding Bear and Flying Bird of the Heaven group, wanted to curry favor with Qin Feng. Senior Qin Feng, it's been a long time. I've missed you. Exploding Bear, who was as burly as a mountain, came forward to shake Qin Feng's hand. Flying Bird also praised Qin Feng with a smile. Senior Qin Feng, you're the most powerful person in the secular world of China. It's my blessing to be able to meet you. These leaders of the Dragon sect were all wily old foxes, each more snobbish than the other. They greeted Qin Feng as if he was an old friend who had not seen him for a long time. None of them mentioned anything about suppressing Qin Feng. It was as if nothing had happened. Yan Wushuang was stunned. She was only the instructor of the Black group. She had to be respectful to Song Changxing and had no say in front of Exploding Bear and Flying Bird. As a result, the entire Dragon sect was shaken by Qin Feng's arrival. Only now did Yan Wushuang realize that the current Qin Feng was no longer the same as before. He had only used a little over half a year to leap from a nobody to the throne of the #1 expert in China's secular world. Qin Feng didn't bother with Song Changxing and the others. As his strength soared and his status skyrocketed, Qin Feng's horizons had reached a certain height. He couldn't even be bothered with small characters like Song Changxing. Qin Feng had gone to the outer world of martial arts and participated in the Martial Circle Convention. Only then did he truly understand that Song Changxing and the others were powerful people in the mortal world. But in the outer world of martial arts, any genius disciple from a small sect could beat them. Haha, Brother Qin Feng, I finally get to meet you. You're a busy man. Meeting you is harder than reaching the sky. A hearty laugh came, but no one could see the person. The originally noisy hall quietened down. Everyone waited for a few seconds before they saw a burly man wearing armor and a cloak flying over like a moving hill. The hall was in an uproar when they recognized the person's appearance. Phut! It's Senior Blue Dragon Ji. Qin Feng also recognized Ji. When he completed the money laundering mission in Hong Kong, Qin Feng, Yan Wushuang, and Ji worked together and forged a deep friendship. Haha, Senior Ji, how have you been? After Qin Feng entered the room, he didn't speak to anyone else, but he acted very intimately with Ji. This scene made Song Changxing and the others extremely envious. Who was Qin Feng now? He was an existence that had replaced the dragon god of Huaxia. It was a great honor for him to speak to Qin Feng. Hee, I can't compare to you, kid. You're really amazing. It's only been a few months since we last met, and you've already defeated a divine dragon? Is the divine dragon really in the true Qi stage? Ji Yi had never challenged the divine dragon before, so his face was full of curiosity. Qin Feng smiled and shook his head. He did not reveal too much information about the dragon god. Although Qin Feng had defeated the dragon god, he still admired the dragon god's spirit of protecting the stability of China for the past 20 years. Senior Ji, Yan Wushuang also greeted Ji. Ji laughed and said, Tisk, Tisk. When I was doing the mission in Hong Kong, I already noticed that there was something wrong with the two of you. So you two are really together. This is double happiness. Ji Ye's words made Yan Wushuang blush. She wanted to break free from Qin Feng's arm, but it was impossible. Another group of people arrived at the outer court of the Dragon sect. When the members of the Dragon sect saw this group of people, they were excited. Even the team leaders like Exploding Bear and Flying Bird could not stay calm. Qin Feng, where have you been these few days? Why didn't you come to my mansion to propose marriage? Dongfang Mingwang was the leader of the group. Dongfang Mingwang roared, and the whole courtyard trembled. Qin Feng did not expect elder Dongfang to come to this place to force a marriage. He was embarrassed. Ahem. Elder Dongfang, I just came back recently, and I have a lot of things to deal with. Don't worry. Qin Feng wanted to stall Dongfang Mingwang, but Dongfang Mingwang did not pursue the matter. After all, Qin Feng had come to the dragon sect, and today was Qin Feng's celebration party. Dongfang Mingwang had to save some face for Qin Feng. Gasps of surprise rang in the surroundings. Everyone understood what Dongfang Mingwang meant. He was forcing Qin Feng to become his son-in-law. When they thought of Dongfang Qing Shui's noble and cold temperament and her devastatingly beautiful face, many male members were envious of her. There were 6 people behind Dongfang Mingwang. They were the 8 dragons and 1 phoenix of China. Young hero Qin Feng, Orange Dragon Qingqingdi, is here to congratulate you. Heh, I didn't expect you to have such a high cultivation base at such a young age. You even defeated a divine dragon. Bai Feng glared at Qin Feng coldly. Last time, when Qin Feng became the green dragon and held a celebration party, he kept staring at Bai Feng's thighs. Since then, Bai Feng had a bad impression of Qin Feng. When Qin Feng saw Bai Feng, he stared at her breasts happily. Beauty Bai Feng, it's not too late to regret your decision. I'll give you a chance to pursue me. Hiss! Everyone gasped when they heard Qin Feng's words. She was the white phoenix heroine of China's 9 dragons and 1 phoenix. She was powerful and arrogant. Even the other dragons didn't dare to offend White Phoenix. Qin Feng was probably the only person in China who dared to joke around with her. Bai Feng's face turned cold. However, she laughed and said, hee hee. Don't even think about it. I don't like you. While Bai Feng and Qin Feng bickered, a few people came up to greet them. Yu Wen Mo, the golden dragon, congratulates brother Qin Feng for defeating the divine dragon and becoming the leader of the martial arts world. Wu Ming, the green dragon, congratulates you. Black dragon Zhangzhou. Apart from the divine dragon, the rest of the 9 dragons and 1 phoenix were all present. Everyone was stunned by the lineup. Exploding Bear, Soaring Bird, and the others who were usually high and mighty in the dragon sect were like their underlings. They only smiled and dared not speak. Everyone crowded around Qin Feng. Not long ago, Qin Feng was still the green dragon of China. He was on the same level as the 8 dragons and 1 phoenix. Now, he had defeated the divine dragon. It was only a matter of a word for him to become the new divine dragon of China. Even the 8 dragons and 1 phoenix did not dare to put on airs in front of Qin Feng. They obviously lowered their heads in front of him. Qin Feng was chatting with Dongfang Mingwang and Ji. He did not think that he was that powerful now. Haha, everyone is here. On behalf of the 12 peaks, I welcome young hero Qin Feng's return. An old and powerful voice suddenly echoed in the hall. The noisy hall quieted down immediately. Everyone looked at the entrance with awe and respect. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Outside the entrance of the yellow group stood 12 elders in black robes. They were the 12 peaks of the dragon sect. However, these members who joined the dragon sect had never seen the 12 upper peaks gathered together for so many years. Today, the 12 upper peaks gathered together, and it was obvious that they were here for Qin Feng. The 12 peaks, 8 dragons, and 1 phoenix were all here. This was an extremely rare scene since the establishment of the dragon sect. The members of the dragon sect were already shivering in fear. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. When they saw the 12 peaks, the 8 dragons, and 1 phoenix retreated to the side. They seemed to be very respectful to the 12 peaks. The 12 of them chuckled as they walked towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng had actually seen them before, but it was nighttime and the 12 of them were still wearing hats. So Qin Feng didn't see their faces clearly. Now that it was broad daylight, he could see them clearly. Qin Feng, congratulations. We did not misjudge you and arranged for you to participate in the Martial Arts Circle Convention. I didn't expect you to really win the title of the Martial Arts Circle League leader. You are a great hero of the Dragon Sect. A representative from the 12 Upper Peaks came out to speak. In fact, when the 12 Upper Peaks asked Qin Fun to participate in the Martial Arts Circle Convention, they did not have any hopes for Qin Fun. They just wanted Qin Fun to risk his life. In the end, Qin Fun returned with great rewards, which shocked the 12 Upper Peaks. The current Qin Feng was no longer the Qin Feng from a few months ago. Even when the 12 Peaks came, they did not put on airs in front of Qin Feng. Their attitude toward Qin Feng had completely changed. Before, they were all high and mighty, ordering Qin Feng to do things. Now, all of them were smiling like flowers and spoke politely. You old fogies are too shameless. Back then, you asked me to participate in the Martial Arts Circle Convention when I was only a Stage 8 inner chi. Fortunately, I was a genius and quickly broke through and became the Martial Arts Circle League leader. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to come back. Now that I've grown up, you come to flatter me. Why didn't you care about me before? Why didn't you care about me and give me some elixirs to break through quickly? Qin Feng said whatever he wanted to say. He did not care about the 12 Peaks' reputation. The members of the Dragon Sect were dumbfounded. Even the 8 dragons and 1 phoenix were dumbfounded. Bai Feng stared at Qin Feng blankly. She wanted to pry open this guy's head. Was there something wrong with his brain? Qin Feng, don't talk nonsense. Seniors of the 12 Peaks, Qin Feng is still young and doesn't know the rules. I apologize to you on his behalf. Yan Wushuang was scared to death. She pinched Qin Feng's lower back fiercely. Why does this brat like to pretend? The faces of the 12 Peaks representatives changed and instantly turned cold. However, it only lasted for a moment. Then they put on a smile and said, "Ha ha, it's all right. As long as young hero Qin Feng becomes the Martial Arts Circle League leader and protects the peace and stability of the secular world of China, it doesn't matter if you beat us up." Qin Feng was good at pretending. He realized that these 12 old fogies were also good at pretending. Their skin was thicker than a brick on the city wall. The crowd heaved a sigh of relief. They thought Qin Feng would fight with the 12 Peaks as soon as he came back. However, they were actually looking forward to it. Who would be more powerful? Yan Wushuang also heaved a long sigh of relief. However, she heard Qin Feng suddenly say, "Okay, then stand still and let me beat you up." The 12 Peaks were stunned. They didn't expect Qin Feng to be so rude. They were just talking to each other and pretending in front of the juniors. How could this brat be serious? Ahem. Young hero Qin Feng, please don't joke around. Everyone is here. Let's be serious. The 12 Peaks representatives hurriedly said with a smile. The other 11 people were so angry that their noses became crooked. Qin Feng sneered, "Don't talk nonsense if you can't do it. Next time I'll really fight you." Qin Feng's domineering arrogance shocked everyone. The Dragon Sect members' jaws dropped to the ground. This Qin Feng didn't even care about the 12 Peaks. Everyone felt that the Dragon Sect and the secular world of China were about to change. Yan Wushuang's nervous heart calmed down a lot. Just now, she was worried that Qin Feng would offend the 12 Peaks. Now, she could see the situation clearly. The 12 Peaks seemed to be afraid of Qin Feng. Haha, let's go inside. Young hero Qin Feng has returned triumphantly. Let's celebrate his success. Chapter 1066. Qin Feng walked into the banquet hall with Yan Wushuang in his arms. The 12 Peaks followed him, followed by the 6 dragons and 1 phoenix. Behind them were Flying Bird, Exploding Bear, and the members of the Dragon Sect. Yan Wushuang was still in a daze. She did not expect Qin Feng to become the leader of the Dragon Sect. Yan Wushuang walked in front of everyone. Her heart raced and she felt embarrassed. Young hero Qin Feng, we have contacted the Divine Dragon. He has agreed to relinquish his position as the Divine Dragon. From now on, the Divine Dragon of China is young hero Qin Feng. The 12 peaks will represent the Chinese government to confer the title of Divine Dragon on you during today's banquet. The words of the 12 peaks shocked everyone the moment they entered the banquet hall. The martial artists of China's secular world desired to be one of the 9 dragons and 5 tigers. Whether it was one of the 5 tigers or one of the 9 dragons, it would bring honor to their ancestors. The ultimate goal was to become the strongest martial artist in China's secular world, defeat the Divine Dragon, and obtain the title of the Divine Dragon of China. However, the Divine Dragon, Ling Long, had been in the secular world for more than 20 years, and no one had ever defeated him. However, Qin Feng defeated the Divine Dragon not long ago, and he was only in his early 20s. Wait, if I accept the title of Divine Dragon, does that mean I have to guard Mount Divine Dragon and protect the peace of the secular world? Qin Feng suddenly interrupted the 12 peaks representatives. Yes, the title of Divine Dragon means the guardian of China. The person who obtains the title of Divine Dragon must protect the peace of China with his or her life. The title of Divine Dragon was a very important and serious matter. The 12 peaks representatives became serious. Their eyes sparkled as they looked at Qin Feng with envy and jealousy. Ever since Yan Wushuang entered the Dragon Gate, she had been struggling to get out of Qin Feng's embrace. However, at this moment, Yan Wushuang quietly leaned into Qin Feng's embrace and even took the initiative to hold Qin Feng's arm. She never thought that she would one day lie in the arms of a divine dragon and witness the moment when Qin Feng ascended to the top of the Divine Dragon. While everyone was waiting for Qin Feng to agree, Qin Feng complained, "I don't want to do that. I have a lot of things to do, and I don't have time to guard Mount Divine Dragon every day. Even though I'm willing to contribute to the peace of China, I don't have to do it this way. Let Ling Long be the Divine Dragon. I'll still be the Green Dragon Qin Feng. I'll watch the Dragon Sect complete the missions. Of course, that is if I have time." Qin Feng's words silenced the entire hall. Almost 100 members of the Dragon Sect were astonished. That was the title of the Divine Dragon of China, and Qin Feng had just rejected it? Ahem. Young swordsman Qin Feng, you can't take the title of Dragon King lightly. You should consider it carefully. The 12 Upper Peak representatives were so angry that they blew their beards and glared at Qin Feng. He felt that Qin Feng was still young and that his heart hadn't returned to normal yet. Qin Feng wasn't joking. He really couldn't defend Mount God Dragon. He still had to find the leader of the Martial Art Alliance, find out the whereabouts of his mother, bring Su Ruo back from the Serenity, and annihilate the Golden Assassin crew and the Verdant Sect. Qin Feng still had many things to do. He couldn't be the Divine Dragon. I'm very serious about this matter. I can't do it. It's better for Ling Long to take on the position of the Mystical Dragon. Actually, I was lucky to have defeated the Mystical Dragon this time. If the two of us fought again, it would be hard to tell who would win. What Qin Feng said was the truth. In the Battle of Mount God Dragon not long ago, Qin Feng had defeated the Mystical Dragon with the help of the star technology. In comparison to his martial artist realm, Qin Feng was still far behind the Mystical Dragon. After all, one was at the stage of inner qi, while the other had already stepped into the stage of true energy. Everyone in the hall exclaimed when they realized that Qin Feng wasn't joking. He really didn't want to be the Mystical Dragon. The 12 Upper Peak representatives were stumped. Qin Feng's decision was out of their expectation. They didn't expect such a situation to occur. The hall was in a mess as everyone was talking about it. The 12 Upper Peak representatives gathered in a circle to discuss Qin Feng's matter. Qin Feng, why you really don't want to be the Mystical Dragon? Have you made up your mind? Yan Wushuang finally regained her senses and whispered into Qin Feng's ear. If I become the mystical dragon, how can I play with you in the future? How can I flirt with you? Do you think I should be the mystical dragon? Qin Feng whispered into Yan Wushuang's ear. Yan Wushuang's body went limp. She was almost out of strength. Qin Feng's teasing words made her blush. She wanted to pinch Qin Feng, but she didn't have the strength to do so. Then don't be the mystical dragon. After a moment of silence, Yan Wushuang agreed to Qin Feng's decision. Qin Feng didn't find it strange. He had already seen through Yan Wushuang's mind. She had feelings for him, but she was too shy to admit it. All right, why isn't Bing Bing here? Qin Feng glanced around the hall and didn't see Lu Bingbing. Yan Wushuang, who had just felt the warmth for a while, immediately shook off Qin Feng's arm angrily. How would I know? I heard that she was sent to carry out a mission a few days ago. She should be back soon. I guess something happened to her during the mission. Maybe she died. Yan Wushuang and Lu Bingbing were both in the dragon sect. They often quarreled or glared at each other when they met. Qin Feng smacked Yan Wushuang's butt and said in a deep voice, "Don't joke about this. I'll be angry." Yan Wushuang felt wronged, but she didn't say anything. She felt that she was too pretentious. It was as if she had changed into another person when she saw Qin Feng. "Young hero Qin Feng, we've come to an agreement." While Qin Feng was flirting with Yan Wushuang, the representative from the 12 Upper Peaks returned. He said, "Since you're unwilling to be elected as the divine dragon, we won't force you. Ling Long will continue to guard the celestial dragon mountain. However, you're still the green dragon of China and a member of the dragon sect. If the country is in trouble in the future, you must do your best to help us." The decision of the 12 Upper Peaks caused the crowd to sigh again. The position of the divine dragon that everyone yearned for was rejected by Qin Feng. He was a real expert. Qin Feng didn't care about the dreams of ordinary people. Sure. Qin Feng agreed without hesitation. As a member of China, the blood of China flowed in Qin Feng's body. Even if the 12 Upper Peaks didn't say anything, Qin Feng would still do his best to protect the country when the country was in trouble. If the country was in trouble, his family would be in trouble. Then, Qin Feng's women would not be able to live a peaceful life. This was not what Qin Feng wanted to see. The 12 Upper Peaks heaved a long sigh of relief when they saw Qin Feng did not argue with them anymore. These old men had high positions in the dragon sect, and their words carried enormous weight. However, they were humiliated by Qin Feng today. After the discussion about the position of the divine dragon was over, Qin Feng's celebration banquet officially began. Everyone went crazy and fought to be the first to surround Qin Feng to toast and say nice things. Team leader Yan, the 12 Upper Peaks toast you. After toasting Qin Feng, the 12 Upper Peaks toasted Yan Wushuang. These old men had sharp eyes, and they had already seen through the relationship between Qin Feng and Yan Wushuang. Yan Wushuang was overwhelmed by the favor. Her jade-like hand holding the wine glass was trembling. She was afraid that the 12 Upper Peaks would see through her relationship with Qin Feng. She struggled to get out of Qin Feng's arms again because the dragon sect would not allow its members to fall in love. Hee. Team leader Yan, don't move. You and young hero Qin are a perfect match. The entire dragon sect is waiting for your wedding banquet. The 12 Upper Peaks representatives looked at Yan Wushuang with a smile. Yan Wushuang was embarrassed and surprised. She felt like she was dreaming. Qin Feng was startled. He wished he could sew up the mouths of the 12 Upper Peaks representatives. Then he sneakily looked around. When he saw that Dongfang Ming Wang was surrounded by a group of members, he heaved a sigh of relief. Dongfang Ming Wang didn't hear what Qin Feng said. Yan Wushuang did not usually drink, but she finished the toast from the 12 Upper Peaks in one gulp. Sister-in-law, let's toast you. We hope you can do us a favor and have a drink with us. Since the 12 Upper Peaks approved of the relationship between Qin Feng and Yan Wushuang, The rest of the dragon's sect members did not hesitate to address Yan Wushuang in a different way. Yan Wushuang blushed, but she was too embarrassed to explain her relationship with Qin Feng in front of everyone. She still cared about Qin Feng and was afraid that he would lose face. Of course, we have to drink, but team leader Yin can't hold her liquor. Let me drink on her behalf. Qin Feng snatched the glass from Yan Wushuang's hand and clinked glasses with the others. He did not put on any airs as the green dragon of China. Yan Wushuang watched Qin Feng drink every glass of wine. Her heart melted quickly. Suddenly, she tightened her grip on Qin Feng's arm and snuggled into his arms. Qin Feng did not feel anything after a round of toasts. He said to the 12 upper peaks, "Oh, right. What's team leader Yan's position now?" "Ah, she's still the instructor of the Xian group, right?" The 12 upper peaks representatives said with uncertainty. They were usually very noble, so they would not care about the position of a small fry like Yan Wushuang. "I've been away for more than 3 months. How can an outstanding member like team leader Yan still be the instructor of the Xian group? It seems like there's something wrong with the Dragon Sect's promotion system. I need to think about whether I should quit the Dragon Sect or not. I have no future." Qin Feng twitched his mouth as if he was talking to himself. The 12 upper peaks broke out in a cold sweat. Qin Feng had become the strongest martial artist in the secular world and the leader of the martial world. He was an important bridge between the secular world and the martial world. The nation attached great importance to Qin Feng. If he quit the Dragon Sect, it would be a great loss to the Chinese government. Hee, Senior 12 upper peaks. I'm willing to give up my position as the leader of the Xian group and give it to team leader Yan. Song Chongsheng was indeed a wily old fox. He stood out with a smile. Exploding Bear and Flying Bird also surrounded him. They did not even have the right to talk to Qin Feng before, but now they stood out immediately. Exploding Bear is willing to give up his position as the leader of the Earth group. Let's stop fighting. Senior 12 upper peaks. Flying Bird will give up his position as the leader of the Heaven group and give it to team leader Yan. With team leader Yan's strength and management ability, I believe she will do better than Flying Bird. Everyone in the Dragon Sect was a bootlicker, and they were racing against time to bootlick. The 12 upper peaks felt a little relieved. They looked at Flying Bird and the other 2 upper peaks with admiration and nodded. Then let team leader Yan be the leader of the Heaven group. Actually, we, the 12 upper peaks, have already made this decision. We were going to promote team leader Yan after the celebration banquet for young hero Qin Feng. Since everyone mentioned it, let's give team leader Yan the position now. The 12 upper peaks were the wily old foxes among wily old foxes. They lied without batting an eyelid. Qin Feng did not expose them. He smiled and said, "Not bad. Team leader Yan is very suitable to be the leader of the Heaven group. There's also Lu Bingbing. She's such an outstanding woman. I believe she should have been promoted too, right?" Qin Feng flashed a harmless smile, but in the eyes of the 12 upper peaks he looked like a demon. These 12 wily old foxes were all afraid of Qin Feng. This brat was only 20 years old, but he was so sinister and cunning. Chapter 1067. Yan Wushuang's heart was filled with warmth when she saw Qin Feng was concerned about her promotion. However, Qin Feng promoted Lu Bingbing, which made Yan Wushuang unhappy. The 12 upper peaks had witnessed Qin Feng's strength. Not only was his martial arts realm powerful, but he was also extremely thick-skinned. These 12 wily old foxes were afraid of Qin Feng. After promoting Yan Wushuang and Lu Bingbing, they immediately found an excuse and left. However, before he left, the representative of the 12 upper peaks said to Qin Feng, "Young hero Qin Feng, please continue your gathering here. When you're free, please come to our office. We have something to discuss with you in private." After the 12 peaks left, the 7 dragons and 1 phoenix left one after another. The more powerful one was the more responsibility he had to shoulder. The 9 dragons and 5 tigers of China were the most powerful people in the secular world. They had important missions to fulfill. It was not easy for them to find time to celebrate with Qin Feng. "Brat, I'll wait for you for 3 more days. If you don't come to my Dongfang court to propose marriage, I'll bring my granddaughter to your mansion to propose marriage. By then, you'll be my son-in-law, and your granddaughter will have to change her surname to Dongfang. Are you afraid of that?" Dongfang Ming Wang left behind some harsh words before he left. Qin Feng was really scared. He planned to finish his business in the provincial capital in 3 days and then run back to Hero City to lie low. After the big shots left, the oppressive feeling in the hall lessened a lot. The ordinary members of the dragon sect had completely relaxed. The members of the Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow groups disliked each other, and internal strife was very serious. But now, because of Qin Feng's power and the promotion of Yan Wushuang and Lu Bingbing, the 4 groups were no longer estranged. The members drank and chatted with each other. The group leaders and instructors of the 4 groups also gathered together to brag and laugh. The internal structure of the dragon sect had changed greatly. The members had become united from separate camps. And all these changes were caused by Qin Feng. "Where are you going, Qin Feng?" Yan Wushuang ran to the door and saw Qin Feng was about to leave. "The 12 peaks are looking for me. I'm going to have a look. You can stay here and enjoy yourself. I'll come to you later." Qin Feng patted Yan Wushuang's shoulder. Yan Wushuang, who used to be cold and emotionless, started to cling to Qin Feng after the 12 upper peaks approved of her relationship with him. Yan Wushuang was a little shy. She didn't know how she had become like this. "All right, you can go now," Yan Wushuang said lightly. Qin Feng smiled and didn't expose Yan Wushuang's thoughts. He walked to the room on the 12th peak, opened the door, and walked in. "Young hero Qin Feng, you're here." When Qin Feng entered the house, the 12 peak masters who were sitting cross-legged opened their eyes and looked at Qin Feng. The last time Qin Feng came here was at night. That was also the first time Qin Feng met the peak masters of the dragon sect. Qin Feng was nervous and depressed. This time, the status of both parties had changed drastically. Qin Feng nodded at everyone, then walked to the stone chair at the front of the room and sat down. The 12 peaks didn't say anything. "Why are you looking for me?" "Just say it, I'm quite busy." Qin Feng looked around leisurely. The room was very simple. There was only a table and a few chairs. The rest of the room was empty. It seemed to be the room where the 12 peaks usually practiced their martial arts. The representative of the 12 peaks said with a smile, "Young hero Qin Feng, do you still remember the mission that we assigned you to participate in the martial arts circle convention? This time, you've successfully completed the mission and returned with the title of the chief of the martial arts circle. We're all happy and proud for you." The representative of the 12 peaks started to flatter Qin Feng. Qin Feng waved his hand and said, "That's enough. Although we had some conflicts in the past, let's write it off. Now, we're all colleagues of the dragon sect. Just say what you want to say." Qin Feng was quite satisfied that the 12 peaks promoted Yan Wushuang and Lu Bingbing. He didn't want to make things difficult for the 12 peaks. After all, Yan Wushuang and Lu Bingbing still needed to stay in the dragon sect. Qin Feng didn't want to make their relationship awkward. The representative of the 12 peaks cut to the chase and said directly, "Young hero Qin, do you know why we asked you to participate in the martial arts circle convention? We don't really want to suppress you. In fact, the dragon sect really wants to take over the position of the chief of the martial arts circle. You've defeated the divine dragon not long ago. I believe the divine dragon has told you about the chaos that happened in the martial arts circle 20 years ago. After the chaos, the divine dragon guarded China for more than 20 years. The secular world and the martial arts circle lived in harmony. However, this was only the piece on the surface. According to the dragon sect's recent intelligence report, some forces in the martial arts circle have begun to stir again. 20 years have passed, but they're still thinking about that peerless treasure. In these 20 years, too many experts have appeared in the martial arts circle. The martial artists in the secular world are no match for them. If it wasn't for the dragon sect and the divine dragon guarding the martial arts circle, I'm afraid the martial arts circle would have been in chaos again. This time, we didn't ask you to come here to assign you a mission. We're asking you to accept a mission. Now that you're the chief of the martial arts circle, can you unite the forces in the martial arts circle and make them know their place? It would be best if they could pledge allegiance to the dragon sect. The representatives of the 12 Peaks had expressed their intentions. Qin Fan's heart was stirred. He didn't expect the martial arts circle to be in chaos again. He seemed to have become the most important person in the martial arts circle and the secular world. Qin Fan didn't rush to agree. After thinking for a while, he said, "In the end, I'm just one person. The title of chief of the martial arts circle is just an empty title. The martial arts circle is divided into the outer hidden sects and the inner hidden sects. The real experts in the outer hidden sects are in the inner hidden sects. I can stabilize the power of the outer hidden sects. As for the inner hidden sects, I don't dare to say anything. Why didn't you mention the Martial Arts Alliance? This organization is the most important bridge between the secular world and the martial arts circle, right? The Dragon Sect can let the Martial Arts Alliance stand up and stabilize the power of the secular world. I believe it can still control the inner hidden sects. Before this, Qin Fan couldn't see the situation clearly. However, after the Martial Arts Circle Convention, Qin Fan could see it more clearly than anyone else. The martial arts circle that martial artists in the secular world often referred to the outer hidden sects. They rarely came into contact with the people from the inner hidden sects. The inner hidden sects were the true holy land for the strong. Although Qin Fan defeated the disciple of the inner hidden five and won the title of chief of the martial arts circle, he was only a young martial artist below the age of 35 in the inner hidden sects. As for the realm of the old monsters in the inner hidden sects, Qin Fan couldn't even guess. The 12 Peaks had the same expression. They were all frowning. Young Master Qin, the Dragon Sect, also wants to work with the Martial Arts Alliance to maintain the peace of the secular world in Huaxia. Unfortunately, we were wrong from the beginning. The Martial Arts Alliance has developed greatly and has long surpassed the Dragon Sect. They do things their own way. The chief of the Martial Arts Alliance has never shown his face. The 12 Peaks have requested to meet him several times, but we have never seen him. Moreover, according to the information gathered by the Dragon Sect's intelligence team, the Martial Arts Alliance has been making some big moves in recent years. They are not on the side of the Huaxia government, nor are they on the side of the outer hidden sects. They seem to be independent and want to form a tripartite balance of power. Qin Fan knew very little about the internal affairs of the Martial Arts Alliance. He did not expect this organization to be so arrogant. Did they establish themselves as the king of the secular world? Had they reached the point where they did not care about the Dragon Sect? I say, aren't you old people being too soft-hearted? If the Martial Arts Alliance doesn't listen to you, you can just let the country attack them. You can just send a few divisions over and scare the chief of the Martial Arts Alliance to death. Although Qin Fan practiced martial arts, he still felt that it was still the 21st century. Cultivation was just to strengthen one's body and protect one's life. If the Huaxia government really attacked them with tanks, cannons, or even missiles, the Martial Arts Alliance would be nothing. 12 Peaks was amused by Qin Fan's words. He smiled bitterly and said, "You make it sound easy, but it's impossible to put it into practice. Since the development of Huaxia, there have been many extraordinary people. However, compared to the 1.5 billion population of Huaxia, they are still a very small minority. Take us martial artists, for example. Other than the martial artists in the secular world, ordinary people do not know anything about us. Huaxia needs stability and prosperity. Now is not the time for war. If we really make such a big move, won't the billions of ordinary people be scared to death? How will the government explain that Well, they say that they want to suppress a group of martial artists in Huaxia. Who would believe this kind of truth? Moreover, you are now the #1 martial artist in the secular world of Huaxia. You know how powerful martial artists are. Ordinary guns and cannons are no longer a threat to you. Do you really want to use missiles to attack the Martial Arts Alliance? At the end of the day, dealing with martial artists needs to be done in secret. We need martial arts experts to suppress them. What the 12 Peaks said was clear and logical. Even Qin Feng felt that it was true. Qin Fen was depressed. He thought that he would be protected by the government after joining the Dragon Sect, and he could do whatever he wanted in the secular world. In the end, the Martial Arts Alliance came out of nowhere and was even more powerful than the Dragon Sect. Most importantly, Qin Fen planned to find the chief of the Martial Arts Alliance to ask about his mother's whereabouts. Qin Fen thought that with his status as the Green Dragon of Huaxia, the chief of the Martial Arts Alliance would hold a banquet to welcome him and tell him everything he knew. Now it seemed that he was thinking too much. After saying so much, "What mission do you want me to do?" Qin Fen pulled the topic back. The 12th Peak's expression changed. He smiled at Qin Feng and said, "It's not a big mission. I just want you to infiltrate the Martial Art Alliance and find out the Martial Art Alliance's secret plan. It would be best if you could capture the mysterious alliance leader and help us tie him to a tree and beat him up. That's all." Qin Fen had seen shameless people, but he had never seen someone so old who was so shameless. The chief of the Martial Arts Alliance was Ling Jiutian, the master of the Divine Dragon. How could he be weak? 12 Peaks did not dare to fight this kind of powerful person, so they asked Qin Fen to do it. These old guys were really shameless. "I'm sorry. Since it's such a simple mission, you should send someone else to do it, or you can do it yourself. I believe that with the strength of 12 Peaks, you can beat the mysterious chief in minutes." Qin Fen was so angry that his nose became crooked. 12 Peaks' smile was so bright that his old face became stiff. "Hee, young hero Qin, we were just joking. This mission is actually very difficult. You just need to find out the secret plan of the Martial Arts Alliance. As for beating up the mysterious chief, forget it. We are all people of high status, and a gentleman uses his mouth instead of his fists. Why do we need to fight?" The 12 old men changed their attitude faster than flipping a page of a book. Qin Fen felt that they were really suitable to sit on the Dragon Sect's top peak. Leaders like them needed to be smooth and shameless. "Okay, I agree." Qin Fen agreed readily because the system had given him an SSS-ranked Martial Arts Alliance chain mission a long time ago. Chapter 1068. Qin Feng had already left the training room on the 12th Peak. After some discussion, Qin Feng agreed to enter the Martial Artist Alliance to gather information. This mission could be considered as completing his system mission. "Leader Yan, are you drunk?" Qin Feng returned to the banquet hall and hugged Yan Wushuang. There were still many people in the banquet hall. Most of them were drunk because they were too happy, and the other half were still in a drunken state. After Qin Feng left, many people came to toast Yan Wushuang. Yan Wushuang was suddenly promoted to the leader of the heavenly group. So this banquet was also a banquet to celebrate Yan Wushuang's promotion. Yan Wushuang was too embarrassed to reject everyone's good intentions. She drank a lot of white wine, so her face was flushed and she walked unsteadily. "Ah, Qin Feng, you're back. Come, let's drink until we're drunk." Yan Wushuang was like a different person after she was drunk. She was no longer as cold and ruthless as before. She even threw herself into Qin Feng's arms and wriggled her body. Qin Feng snatched the wine glass from Yan Wushuang's hand and carried her outside. "Leader Yan, you're drunk. I'll bring you out to sober up." Yan Wushuang refused to leave. She held Qin Feng's arm tightly and said, "Qin Feng, today is the day you're conferred the title of Divine Dragon. You're not allowed to leave. I want to drink with you. You're too awesome. I'm so proud of you." After getting drunk, Yan Wushuang finally spoke the truth that she had been hiding in her heart for a long time. Qin Feng was amused by Yan Wushuang's childish behavior. He pulled Yan Wushuang's hand and dragged her out of the room. Qin Feng accidentally unzipped Yan Wushuang's shirt. She was wearing a black bra under her tight black leather shirt. Qin Feng suddenly froze. Why did this bra look so familiar? In the next moment, Qin Feng understood that the black lace panty was sent here by Yan Wushuang. He didn't know that team leader Yan had a cold and unfeeling personality, but the things she did were so wild. Ah, you pervert! Who are you? How dare you take advantage of me? I'll let Qin Feng beat you to death. Yan Wushuang was almost drunk. She couldn't even recognize Qin Feng anymore. She was punching and kicking Qin Feng. Qin Feng smiled bitterly and let Yan Wushuang hit him. He carried her in his arms and left the banquet hall. Outside, gusts of cold wind blew on the two of them, causing them to sober up quite a bit. Although Yan Wushuang was still a little drunk, she had already regained her senses. She looked around in confusion and asked, Qin Feng, why am I here? By the way, why did the 12th peak look for you? Is it because you didn't give them face in public, so they went to deal with you alone? Yan Wushuang started to worry about Qin Feng as soon as she woke up. Qin Feng looked at Yan Wushuang and thought to himself, it's winter, and she's only wearing underwear and a thin leather jacket and pants. Doesn't she feel cold? However, when he thought of the scenery under the leather clothes and pants, Qin Feng became excited. Yan Wushuang's underwear had been transferred to him. Was she in a vacuum state now? I'm fine. Those 12 old men asked me to do something for them. They were too embarrassed to ask me in public, so they asked me to go to them alone. Qin Feng told the truth. The 12th peak asked him to go to the Martial Artist Alliance to do a mission. Yan Wushuang rolled her eyes. She had never seen someone as good at bragging as Qin Feng. That's enough. If you continue to brag, the whole Jindu will be in the sky. Seeing that Yan Wushuang didn't believe him, Qin Feng smiled and did not explain. He suddenly hugged Yan Wushuang tightly. Ah, what are you doing? You've hugged me for the whole morning. Is it not enough? I don't want to hug you anymore. Yan Wushuang regained her cold expression and stared at Qin Feng. I'm not taking advantage of you. You're wearing so little, so I'm keeping you warm, Qin Feng said. Yan Wushuang's expression changed. She instinctively crossed her arms in front of her chest. She looked at Qin Feng cautiously and said, How did you know I'm wearing so little? Did you do something when I was drunk? You pervert, I'll kick you to death. Yan Wushuang stomped on Qin Feng's foot with her black leather boots. Qin Feng was upset. Leader Yan, stop stomping. I didn't do anything. I could feel it when I hugged you. You're not wearing a sweater under your leather jacket. Yan Wushuang finally stopped after hearing Qin Feng's explanation. At this time, Qin Feng added, By the way, I accidentally touched your butt. You're not wearing any underwear, are you? Ah, Qin Feng, you're shameless. I'll beat you to death. Yan Wushuang's pretty face turned red. She started to stomp on Qin Feng's foot again. Judging from Yan Wushuang's reaction, Qin Feng was sure that the black underwear that came through the portal belonged to Yan Wushuang. After the two of them played around for a while, Yan Wushuang's drunkenness had completely dissipated. Both of them were martial artists, so they could quickly evaporate the alcohol by circulating their inner qi. Leader Yan, I'm going to the Martial Artist Alliance to take up my post. Do you want to come with me? Qin Feng suddenly hugged Yan Wushuang in his arms. Take up your post? What post are you going to the Martial Artist Alliance for? Yan Wushuang was serious every time she talked about business. Qin Feng had made a deal with Rin Xiao Yao during the Elixir Conference. If Qin Feng helped Saint Medic become the king of elixirs, Saint Medic would help Qin Feng get a post in the Martial Artist Alliance's Law Enforcement Hall. Qin Feng had been a member of the Martial Artist Alliance's Law Enforcement Hall since a few months ago. You'll know when you get there. Qin Feng did not wait for Yan Wushuang's consent. He dragged her to the Martial Artist Alliance's main hall. After a few months, Qin Feng stood in the Martial Artist Alliance's main hall with mixed feelings. He still remembered that it was Lu Jie who brought him to the Martial Artist Alliance for the first time when he first came to the provincial capital half a year ago. After that, Qin Feng accepted a few missions here. One of them was to hunt down Taoist Rakshasa. It was also because of that mission that Qin Feng offended the Verdant sect and gradually became friends with Hua Yan. Qin Feng, stop fooling around. Are you really going to the Martial Artist Alliance's inner area? The Martial Artist Alliance's employees are in there. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed in. Yan Wushuang did not know what Qin Feng was up to. She quickly grabbed Qin Feng's arm when she saw him swaggering toward the inner area. Who are you? This is the inner area. Normal martial artists can go to the main hall to accept missions. If you are here to submit a mission, contact the person who issued the mission and let the inner area personnel bring you in. 2 guards blocked Qin Feng's way as soon as Qin Feng and Yan Wushuang arrived at the entrance. Qin Feng glanced at the 2 guards. They were both stage 7 inner Qi martial artists. This level of strength was not worth mentioning in the martial arts world. But in the secular world, it was impressive that they could reach this level of strength. I'm the warden of the Martial Artist Alliance's Law Enforcement Hall. Let me in now. Qin Feng was the strongest martial artist in the secular world. He was furious that someone dared to block his way. You're the warden of the Law Enforcement Hall? Then please give me your identity token. The 2 guards were stunned. Their attitudes softened. Qin Feng had never been here before. So how could he have the identity token? I just came here today, so I don't have the identity token yet, Qin Feng said. The 2 guards' faces turned cold. They had encountered many martial artists who pretended to be members of the Martial Artist Alliance to cause trouble. Now, they considered Qin Feng as one of those troublemakers. Bastard, I'm warning you for the last time. Get out of here. This is the Martial Artist Alliance. You're not allowed to cause trouble here. One of the guards released his stage 7 inner Qi. Normally, martial artists in the secular world would pee in their pants if they encountered a stage 7 inner Qi martial artist. However, the 2 guards noticed that Qin Feng was not afraid at all. He was still calm and collected. Yan Wushuang could not stand it anymore. Qin Feng was the person who defeated the Divine Dragon and the Azure Dragon of China. His status was very high. How could 2 guards from the Martial Artist Alliance be so arrogant? Was there any justice in this world? Both of you, apologize to Senior Azure Dragon. This is Azure Dragon Qin Feng from the Dragon Sect. Yan Wushuang looked at the 2 guards coldly. The 2 guards were stunned. They did not expect this inconspicuous young man to be the Azure Dragon of China. But soon they burst into laughter. Haha, beautiful lady, are you kidding me? What's wrong with the Azure Dragon of China? You better understand that this is the Martial Artist Alliance. Even if the 12 peaks of the Dragon Sect were here, we wouldn't even bother to look at them. Qin Feng had a general understanding of the power of the Martial Artist Alliance when he was with the 12 peaks. This organization existed beyond the Dragon Sect and seemed to want to establish itself as the king. Now that Qin Feng had seen it with his own eyes, he realized that the Martial Artist Alliance was more powerful than he had imagined. How could 2 guards look down on the 9 dragons and the 12 peaks of China? The 9 dragons and 5 tigers of China, the 12 peaks, and even the Divine Dragon were great heroes who swore to protect the peace of China. They risked their lives to protect all kinds of dangerous people. As a citizen of China, everyone respected these heroes from the bottom of their hearts. It was not the strength of these people that intimidated everyone. It was the spirit and faith of these people that influenced the martial artists in the secular world. Qin Feng was furious. Although he thought that the 12 peaks of China were too cunning and the Divine Dragon was too arrogant, He had to admit that it was because of their existence that China had been peaceful for the past 20 years. It was also because of them that the chaos of the martial arts world 20 years ago had subsided. I want to go in today. What can you do to me? Qin Feng looked at the two guards coldly. The two guards were also furious. Without saying a word, they slapped their palms at Qin Feng. How dare a brat from the Dragon sect cause trouble in the Martial Artist Alliance? I'll break your legs! Rumble. As soon as the two guards finished their words, a loud explosion sounded. It was not the sound of the two guards hitting Qin Feng, but the sound of them flying backward. The walls of the passageway shook, and a layer of the wall panel fell off. Yan Wushuang wanted to help, but she stared blankly at Qin Feng. Before she could do anything, Qin Feng had already defeated the 2-stage 7 inner chi experts. Fuck! Is there a fight over there? No way! Who dares to cause trouble in the Martial Artist Alliance? Is this brat crazy? Oh my god! Don't you recognize that young hero? That's young hero Qin Feng, the Azure Dragon of China. Dozens of martial artists who were accepting missions in the Martial Artist Alliance's main hall rushed over to join in the fun. Soon, someone in the crowd recognized Qin Feng. Qin Feng's name had spread far and wide in the secular world of China. However, only a few martial artists had seen him in person. When everyone saw Qin Feng for the first time, they were shocked by his youth. Was this young man in his early 20s really the Azure Dragon of China? Did he really defeat the Divine Dragon? And he even won the position of the leader of the martial arts world? It's over. The Dragon sect may be powerful, but the Martial Artists Alliance is even more powerful. Qin Feng is a high-ranking member of the Dragon sect, but he beat up someone in the Martial Artist Alliance's headquarters. This is going to be a big show. Chapter 1069. Yan Wushuang became nervous as she listened to everyone's discussion. At first, she was prepared to teach the two guards a lesson. However, Qin Feng was ruthless. With 2 slaps, the 2-stage 7 inner chi martial artists fainted. They weren't even dead yet. Qin Feng, let's go. Yan Wushuang pulled Qin Feng away after she regained her senses. Qin Feng was not going to leave. He was here for Ling Jiutian. Don't even think about leaving. Stop right there. How dare you make trouble in the Martial Art Alliance's base? You must be tired of living. A stern voice came from the tunnel. A middle-aged man, followed by a large group of martial artists, rushed over. Who are you? Yan Wushuang stared at the man coldly when she realized that she had lost her chance to escape. I'm Hubei, the Martial Art Alliance's Law Enforcement Hall's deacon. Who are you two? Hubei stared at Qin Feng and Yan Wushuang arrogantly. Yan Wushuang was familiar with the hierarchy in the Martial Art Alliance. From the lowest to the highest, they were disciple, deacon, elder, guardian, deputy chief, and chief. The position of a deacon was equivalent to the leader of the Dragon Gate, Heaven, Earth, and Fantasy group in the Martial Art Alliance. However, the Martial Art Alliance was more powerful, so the deacon's rank was higher. Yan Wushuang became even more anxious when she saw the deacon. She pretended to be calm and said, I'm Yan Wushuang, the leader of the Dragon Gate Sky Group. This is Senior Qin Feng, the Green Dragon of China. Greet him when you see him. In terms of status, Qin Feng was obviously several levels higher than everyone else present. However, Hubei and the group of followers behind him were stunned for a moment before they burst into laughter. Haha, the Green Dragon of China? Ayo, that's a big name. I was scared to death. Hubei pretended to be trembling, but everyone could tell that he was fooling around. You better be serious. How dare you disrespect the 9 dragons of China? I'll arrest you. Yan Wushuang was anxious. She could not stand others disrespecting Qin Feng. Hubei relied on the backing of the Martial Art Alliance, so he did not take Qin Feng and Yan Wushuang seriously. He even smiled at Yan Wushuang and said, Pretty lady, are you going to catch me? Let's see if you can get me out of the Martial Art Union's hall. Yan Wushuang was furious. She took out her handcuffs and was about to arrest him, but Qin Feng secretly pulled her back. When Hubei saw Qin Feng's reaction, he thought that Qin Feng was afraid of him. He immediately looked at Qin Feng with disdain. One of the lackeys behind him was even more arrogant. He stood up and pointed at Qin Feng as he scolded. Brat, I don't care if you're the Azure Dragon or the Great Green Insect. Since you dare to cause trouble in the Martial Art Alliance, you'll have to pay the price. If you kneel down and beg for mercy, our Deacon Hu will let you go. Yan Wushuang was so angry that she felt like her lungs were about to explode. Qin Feng had a calm smile on his face. He looked at the lackey and said, "What's your name? What's your rank in the Martial Art Alliance?" The lackey was stunned. He then patted his chest and yelled at Qin Feng, "My name is Tang Qin, and I'm a disciple of the Martial Art Alliance. Although my position is not high, you, the Azure Dragon, are nothing in our eyes. Slap!" Before Tang Chen could finish his sentence, a loud sound came from his face. To everyone's surprise, Qin Feng slapped Tang Chen into the corridor well behind him. Tang Chen passed out on the spot, and no one knew if he was dead or alive. The noisy atmosphere suddenly quieted down. Tang Chen was a stage 5 inner Qi martial artist, but he was defeated so easily. The Chinese 9 dragons really lived up to their reputation. At least their martial cultivation realm was unfathomably high. Hubei was dumbfounded. His arrogance had mostly dissipated. He could see that he was no match for Qin Feng, and he was afraid that Qin Feng would beat him up as well. Yan Wushuang was dumbfounded. She did not expect Qin Feng to have the guts to beat someone up in front of the Martial Art Alliance's deacon. "Deacon Hua, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and bring us in. Do you want to get slapped too?" Qin Feng looked at Hubei with a smile, as if nothing had happened just now. Hubei was so angry that his nose was crooked, but he did not dare to vent his anger. He already had a plan in mind. He would first calm Qin Fen down and let him be arrogant for a while. Once he tricked Qin Fen into the Martial Art Alliance, he would be able to deal with Qin Fen alone. The Martial Art Alliance was full of experts. "Humph. Follow closely. I won't care if you get lost." Hubei turned around and walked toward the inner passage. The lackeys suddenly woke up and looked at Qin Feng with their mouths agape. They then followed Hubei with their tails between their legs. Qin Feng had already hugged Yan Wushuang's slender waist and walked into the inner passage. Yan Wushuang was still in a daze, as if she was drunk. The martial artists surrounding the passage were also stunned. Qin Feng was indeed the person who took down the chief of the Martial Arts Alliance and defeated the Dragon God. His spirit and dominance had convinced everyone. The inner passage of the Martial Art Alliance was narrow and deep. Yan Wushuang had already regained her senses and looked worried. "Qin Feng, let's go back. This is their inner base. It will be troublesome if we get trapped inside," Yan Wushuang whispered in Qin Feng's ear. Qin Feng secretly pinched Yan Wushuang's butt. He realized that she really wasn't wearing any underwear, so the black lace must be Yan Wushuang's. "We are here to take up the position, not to fight. What are you afraid of?" Qin Feng looked at Yan Wushuang seriously. "What position?" Yan Wushuang asked doubtfully. "I told you before that I am here to take up the position of the deacon of the law enforcement hall. Is your memory failing you?" Qin Feng smiled and looked at Yan Wushuang in his arms. Yan Wushuang was so angry that her face turned cold. "Have you had enough? How can you make such a joke at a time like this? This is the Martial Art Alliance. The people here do not respect the Dragon Sect at all." Yan Wushuang still did not believe Qin Feng's words. Qin Feng smiled bitterly and did not explain further. Yan Wushuang would know after she took up the position in the inner base. The narrow passage in front of them became brighter, and the path became wider. They had entered the Martial Art Alliance's office. It was like a secret base. There were many departments, and there were many people working in each department. From the outside, it looked like a large business company. These were all ordinary, white-collar workers. Yan Wushuang was getting more and more nervous. She had a feeling that something bad was going to happen. However, Qin Feng swaggered in front of them like a leader inspecting their work. Brat, you are already in the inner base of the Martial Art Alliance. Let's see how you can run now. After Hubei brought Qin Feng and Yan Wushuang into an independent office, his face suddenly changed. Yan Wushuang knew that Hubei was up to no good. She stared at him angrily and said, "Hubei, what do you want? We are members of the Dragon Sect. You better think about the consequences." Hubei had already brought the two of them to the inner base. He was already fearless and did not bother to pretend anymore. He laughed as if he was going to fall out with them. Hee, what's wrong with the Dragon Sect? I've been annoyed with you for a long time. How dare you hate my men in the Martial Art Alliance? Today I'll skin you alive. You're pretty hot. As long as you serve me obediently, I'll let you go this time. Hubei had started to have designs on Yan Wushuang. Yan Wushuang was so angry that she wanted to fight with Hubei. However, just as she raised her hand, a crisp sound came from the room. Qin Feng had already slapped Hubei. After the slap, the office fell into a dead silence. Hubei and Yan Wushuang stared at Qin Feng with their mouths agape. Their faces were filled with disbelief. How dare you hit me? How dare you hit me in the Martial Art Alliance? Just you wait. I'll find someone to kill you. Slap. After Hubei shouted, Qin Feng slapped Hubei again. Then he said indifferently, I slapped you because you insulted my woman. This time, it's because you're threatening me. If you're still not satisfied, I can continue to slap you. Hubei's face turned red. Qin Feng's expression was calm from the beginning to the end. He was not afraid of Hubei at all. Yan Wushuang was stunned. When she heard Qin Feng say woman, she felt a surge of warmth in her heart. You. After being slapped twice by Qin Feng, Hubei was furious. He wanted to point at Qin Feng's nose and scold him, but when he saw Qin Feng's harmless smile, Hubei didn't dare to say any more harsh words. He ran out of the office in a huff. His face was so angry that it was about to explode. Qin Feng, you're too reckless. This time, we've become enemies with the Martial Art Alliance. Yan Wushuang walked up to Qin Feng worriedly and took the initiative to hold Qin Feng's arm. Qin Feng did not care. He hugged Yan Wushuang and said, Reckless? I can't just stand by and watch him bully you. He's lucky that I didn't kill him. Now, Qin Feng was incomparably domineering. His body constantly emitted the aura of a supreme being. Yan Wushuang still wanted to complain about Qin Feng, but at this moment, she couldn't say anything. She just held on to Qin Feng's arm and didn't want to let go. After a while, a series of hurried footsteps came from outside. Hubei rushed in with a group of people. This brat suddenly regained his confidence. Deacon Liu, this is the brat who caused trouble in the Martial Art Alliance. Please help me, Deacon Liu. A man in his 50s came in behind Hubei. He was dressed in a suit and looked dignified. 6 more people came in behind him. They seemed to be hired thugs. All 6 of them were stage 7 inner Qi martial artists. In Qin Feng's eyes, they could be taken care of with a slap. Deacon Liu's real name was Lu Chido. He was the head deacon of the Martial Art Alliance's Law Enforcement Hall. With his hands behind his back, he walked to Qin Feng and Yan Wushuang with a cold face. They looked at each other for a moment. Lu Chido said, You are China's green dragon, Qin Feng. That's me. Qin Feng replied indifferently. Lu Chido's face turned even colder. He felt that Qin Feng was putting on airs. Humph. You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You're just a mere dragon sect. Even the 12 peak masters have met with our chief many times. Yet our chief ignored them. How dare you cause trouble in the base of the League of Legends? Your title of Green Dragon might be useful in the eyes of outsiders, but it's nothing in our eyes. Lu Chido had to explain the situation to Qin Feng first, so that this brat would understand the situation he was in. Qin Feng said disapprovingly, Deacon Lu, I think you've misunderstood me. You keep saying that I'm here to cause trouble, but I'm not here to cause trouble. Hubei was infuriated by Qin Feng's words. Qin Feng had attacked several times. He knocked out 3 members of the Martial Art Alliance and slapped him twice. How was that not causing trouble? Did he have to kill people to be considered as causing trouble? Humph. Are you afraid, brat? You dare to do it, but you don't dare to admit it? I thought you were arrogant earlier. How could you admit defeat so quickly? But it's too late now. No one who dares to offend the Martial Art Alliance will have a good ending. Hubei roared at Qin Feng. Qin Feng laughed heartily. You're right. No one who offends the Martial Art Alliance will have a good ending. Slap. Chapter 1070. Hubei was dumbfounded. Yan Wushuang was so nervous that she broke out in cold sweat. She did not understand what Qin Feng was doing. How dare he hit someone in front of the chief deacon of the law enforcement hall? Lu Chido was enraged. He glared at Qin Feng and roared, Humph. Don't blame us if you don't listen to us. Everyone, capture this thug. If he resists, kill him on the spot. As soon as Lu Chido finished his sentence, the 6 disciples behind him surrounded Qin Feng. Although Yan Wushuang was nervous, she stood in front of Qin Feng and prepared to attack. Qin Feng grabbed Yan Wushuang and pulled her back into his arms. He smiled at Lu Chido and said, Hee, Chief Deacon Lu, what are you doing? I'm here to take up a position. Is this how the Martial Art Alliance welcomes new colleagues? The 6 disciples were stunned. Hubei and Lu Chido were also stunned. Lu Chido asked, What did you say? You're here to take up a position? What position? Of course, I'm the chief deacon of the Law Enforcement Hall of the Martial Art Alliance. If you don't believe me, you can look through the records. I became a chief deacon about 3 months ago. Oh yes, I've been here for 3 months. Have I been promoted? Can I be promoted to elder or chief guardian? Yan Wushuang was furious that Qin Feng was still talking about taking up a position at this moment. Hubei and Lu Chido looked at each other. They were confused. Brat, don't try to fool us. Why would the Martial Art Alliance accept you? You're just trying to make up an excuse to get away with this, right? Do you think we're idiots? Hubei refused to believe Qin Feng's words. Lu Chido, on the other hand, was deep in thought. As the chief deacon of the law enforcement hall, Lu Chido was in charge of the files and personnel transfer of other deacons. After thinking for a while, Lu Chido remembered that there was indeed a deacon who wanted to take up a position a few months ago. Chief Deacon Lu, stop talking nonsense with this brat. Let's work together and break his legs. Hubei looked at Lu Chido impatiently. Lu Chido glared at Hubei and said, Shut up and wait for me here. I'll be right back. Lu Chido left after he finished speaking, leaving Hubei and his 6 disciples staring at each other in confusion. After a while, Lu Chido rushed back in a panic. He looked at Qin Feng and said, I've looked through the personnel file. You're really a deacon of the law enforcement hall. However, you didn't report for several months, so the law enforcement hall wants to fire you now. Lu Chido's words shocked everyone. This Qin Feng really came to the law enforcement hall. Yan Wushuang looked at Qin Feng as if he was a monster. She couldn't understand him anymore. Expel? Why did you fire me? I've been busy lately, and my duties have been delayed. You can't fire me just because of this, right? Qin Feng knew that the expulsion was Lu Chido's own decision. Qin Feng wouldn't agree to it. Lu Chido said with a cold face, I'm the most powerful person in the law enforcement hall. You didn't report for 3 months, and now you suddenly want to take up a position. You even beat my men. Do you think this is your home? Lu Qido and Hubei were in a difficult position because Qin Feng suddenly became a deacon of the law enforcement hall. They didn't have a high position in the martial art alliance, so they didn't have the right to fire people. Lu Qido knew that Qin Feng didn't know and was abusing his power. Lu Qido underestimated Qin Feng. Qin Feng laughed and said, "You really want to fire me? Sure, don't regret it later." "Huh, we will regret it? Who do you think you are? We can't wait to beat you up and throw you out of the martial art alliance." "Deacon Lu, since this kid has been fired, he's not a member of the martial art alliance. Let's do it." Hubei had been slapped by Qin Feng 3 times, so he didn't like Qin Feng. He couldn't stop talking about beating Qin Feng. Lu Qido felt uneasy. As the head deacon of the law enforcement hall, he would be the one to bear the risk if something happened. However, he didn't like Qin Feng either. He hesitated for a moment and agreed to Hubei's suggestion. Just as the group of people was about to surround Qin Feng stood still and said, "By the way, Deacon Lu, there's something I haven't told you yet. The Saint Medic and the Divine Armament Hall are both my businesses. Since you fired me, I won't be working with the Martial Art Alliance anymore. I'll just remove these 2 businesses now." Lu Qido, who was at the front, was stunned again. He stopped and said, You're bragging to me again? The Saint Medic belongs to the Rin family in the capital, and the Divine Armament Hall belongs to the Yun family in the capital. What does it have to do with you?" Although Lu Qido said that, he started to get nervous. Since Qin Feng was famous in the capital, Hubei and Lu Qido had heard some things about him. On the surface, the Qin family and the Yun family had a close relationship. It seemed that Qin Feng could really persuade the Yun family. The Saint Medic and the blacksmith shop were the golden signboards of the Martial Art Alliance. Most of the martial artists who came to the martial art town were for the weapons and elixirs. Now that the Yun family had bought the blacksmith shop and renamed it the Divine Armament Hall, it would be a huge loss to the Martial Art Alliance if these 2 signboards suddenly stopped cooperating with the Martial Art Alliance. "If you don't believe me, I'll call you and you'll know." Qin Feng took out his phone and calmly made a call. Deacon Lu and the others quietened down. Even Hubei was a little unsure. Yan Wushuang was also worried about Qin Feng. She was worried that Qin Feng wouldn't be bragging again. The Saint Medic and the Divine Armament Hall were mutually beneficial because of the Martial Art Alliance. Why would they pull out the Hero Alliance just because of a phone call? The 2 phone calls ended quickly. Qin Feng basically gave orders in a commanding tone. Lu Qido and Hubei gradually came to their senses. Both of them thought that Qin Feng was really that capable. However, they were relieved when they saw that Qin Feng had ended the call. You brat, keep pretending. You think you can settle the Saint Medic and the Divine Armament Hall with just a few words? Do you think you're the head of their family? Even the head of the family can't make such a big decision on his own. You should at least have a family meeting. I suspect that you didn't even make the call just now. Apart from being a martial artist, you're also an actor, aren't you? Hubei shouted at Qin Feng. Qin Feng nodded at Hubei in admiration. This guy had good eyesight. His identity as Zheng Shuai was also an actor. Lu Qido cleared his throat and his expression turned cold. Qin Feng, I can spare your life because you're the Green Dragon of China and you used to be a deacon. However, you've caused a huge commotion in the Martial Art Alliance and severely disrupted the order of the Martial Art Alliance. Stand there and don't move. I'll let you go after I cripple your cultivation. Lu Qido was ruthless. Qin Feng was the Green Dragon of China and he was at the peak of stage 9 inner qi. Yet, he wanted to cripple Qin Feng's cultivation. This was worse than killing a martial artist. Qin Feng hugged Yan Wushuang and sat down on a chair. He couldn't be bothered with these people anymore. Hubei and Lu Qido were infuriated by Qin Feng's arrogance. Seeing that Qin Feng didn't understand, they were ready to fight. At this time, Lu Qido's phone rang. Lu Qido almost fell when he saw the caller ID. It was an elder from the Martial Art Alliance's headquarters. Elder Wei, please tell me what you need. Lu Qido immediately changed his attitude as if he was answering a call from Qin Feng's father. Although the phone was not on speakerphone, Elder Wei's loud voice could still be heard. Lu Qido, what the fuck are you doing? Just now, the people in charge of the Saint Medic and the Divine Armaments Hall called me and said that they want to cancel their collaboration with the Martial Art Alliance. They also said that it was because of you. Do you want to die? Hurry up and solve this problem, or I will teach you a lesson. Bang! An explosion came from the other side of the phone. It sounded like Elder Wei had smashed his phone because he was too angry. The office fell into a dead silence. The atmosphere was unusually strange. Lu Qido and the others looked at Qin Feng. However, their eyes were no longer filled with arrogance and contempt. Instead, they were filled with fear. Even Yan Wu Shuang was stunned. She couldn't imagine that Qin Feng's 2 phone calls were the cause of all this. Deacon Lu, since you want to cancel my position, I won't disturb you anymore. My dear, let's go. Qin Feng hugged Yan Wu Shuang and walked out. Lu Qido was scared to death. He quickly chased after them with a smile. Hee, young hero Qin, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Come in and have a cup of tea. Oh, someone of my status can have tea here? I've been here for a long time, but I don't see you serving me tea. Qin Feng stopped walking and looked at Lu Qido with a smile. Yan Wu Shuang was speechless. She felt that whoever offended Qin Feng must have had 8 lifetimes of bad luck. Lu Qido was extremely sullen, but he couldn't show it. He shouted at Hubei, "You stinking brat, can't you see what's good for you? Young hero Qin is here, and you're not going to serve him tea? Are you looking for a scolding?" Lu Qido vented his anger on Hubei. Hubei was instantly depressed. He was slapped by Qin Feng 3 times, and now he had to serve Qin Feng and Yan Wu Shuang tea like a little brother. Even if he was extremely dissatisfied, Hubei couldn't resist. He ran away to serve tea. Qin Feng pulled Yan Wu Shuang back to the chair, but Lu Qido could only stand aside and said with a smile, "Young hero Qin, it was just a small misunderstanding. So you're the new deacon who joined the law enforcement hall 3 months ago. I've been looking forward to your arrival every day. Since young hero Qin is here today, I'll appoint you as the new deacon. As for the Sacred Medic Hall and the Divine Armament Hall, young hero Qin Feng realized that whether it was the Martial Art Alliance or the Dragon Sect, the internal managers were all old foxes. However, Qin Feng wasn't afraid of these sinister old men. Even the 12 peaks were toyed around by Qin Feng. Lu Qido was nothing. Young hero Qin, team leader Yan, please have some tea. Hubei had already served the freshly brewed tea. Qin Feng ignored him and looked at Lu Qido. Deacon Lu, since I'm also a member of the Martial Art Alliance, we'll be colleagues from now on. We'll help each other. My appointment is considered a big deal. I wonder if the chief will come to congratulate me? After all, Qin Feng came to the Martial Art Alliance to find Ling Jiutian and investigate the secret plan of the Martial Art Alliance. Lu Qido felt disdain in his heart. You're just a small deacon, and you want the chief to congratulate you? Even an elder won't come to take care of you. However, Lu Qido wouldn't say these words now. He still had something to ask of Qin Feng. Haha, young hero Qin, the chief is usually very busy. I've been in the Martial Art Alliance for 5 to 6 years, and I haven't seen him once. I'm afraid he won't be able to come. I hope young hero Qin can forgive me. Chapter 1071. Yan Wu Shuang did not know the details of Qin Feng's mission. Seeing Qin Feng's eagerness to meet the chief, Yan Wu Shuang was puzzled. Even Hubei and Lu Qido could tell that something was amiss. Lu Qido smiled. Young hero Qin, why are you so eager to meet the chief? Is there something you need from him? Qin Feng cleared his throat and pretended to be calm. Why would I need to see the chief? I heard that he is very powerful. As a martial arts expert, I would like to ask him for some pointers. Qin Feng's excuse was very reasonable. Lu Chi-do temporarily let go of his suspicions. Lu Chi-do smiled again when he thought about Saint Medic and Divine Armament Hall. Hee, young Master Qin, now that you've joined the Law Enforcement Hall as a deacon, we're all good colleagues. Can you call your friends from the Sacred Medicine Hall and the Divine Weapon Hall and ask them to tell Elder Wei not to cancel the cooperation? Qin Feng did not seem to hear Lu Chi-do. He pouted and said, "Oh, right, Deacon Lu. I joined the Martial Art Alliance as a deacon 3 months ago. I should have been promoted by now, right?" Lu Chi-do and Hubei were furious. Qin Feng hadn't reported for more than 3 months and treated his position as a deacon of the Martial Art Alliance as a child's play. It was already good enough that he hadn't been removed from his position, but this brat still had the cheek to ask for a promotion. Ahem, young hero Qin, I don't have the final say on the promotion. It has to be done by an elder. Lu Chi-do sounded displeased. You don't have the right to be an elder. However, you should have the right to transfer and promote people in the Law Enforcement Hall. Lu Chi-do was the chief deacon of the Law Enforcement Hall. He naturally had the right to manage the positions of the internal members. Lu Chi-do was very unhappy. However, Qin Feng had hold on him. He had no choice but to say, "Young hero Qin, the Law Enforcement Hall is actually not divided. It's just a deacon. I'm the only chief deacon. My transfer might have to be decided by the elders. Even if I'm willing to give my position to you, the higher-ups won't agree." Lu Chi-do was a slippery old fox. With just a few words, he pushed Qin Feng's request away. Qin Feng analyzed it for a while, and it made sense. Forget about being a chief executive. Just make me a deputy chief executive. I just need someone who can manage deacons like Hubei. Surname Qin. Don't push your luck. Deacon Lu has already done his best to let you stay in the Law Enforcement Hall. Don't go overboard. Hubei had been in the Law Enforcement Hall for 5 years, and he hadn't been promoted yet. Qin Feng wanted to climb up the ranks as soon as he arrived. Hubei was starting to feel unhappy. Lu Chi-do was also suppressing his anger, but he couldn't afford to offend Qin Feng. However, when Hubei was acting ruthlessly towards Qin Feng, Lu Chi-do pretended not to see anything. Qin Feng was not angry at all. He hugged Yan Wushuang and stood up. "If that's the case, I'll just resign. I don't want to put Deacon Lu in a difficult position. I don't want to trouble others." Qin Feng had just finished speaking and hadn't even lifted his leg when Lu Chi-do shriveled. He glared at Hubei and roared, "Who the fuck allowed you to speak? Do you have the right to speak here?" After roaring at Hubei, Lu Chi-do looked at Qin Feng and said, "Young hero Qin, will do as you said. I'll promote you to the vice chief deacon of the Law Enforcement Hall. From now on, Hubei and the other deacons will have to listen to your orders." Qin Feng had already expected this outcome. His expression didn't change at all. However, Yan Wushuang was shocked. She was truly shocked by Qin Feng's powerful means. This was the Martial Art Alliance. When Yan Wushuang saw Qin Feng beat up 2 guards and a disciple, and even hit Hubei in front of the chief deacon, Yan Wushuang thought that the 2 of them were done for. However, Hubei still wanted to curry favor with Qin Feng. When Hubei heard Lu Chi-do's decision, he gritted his teeth in anger. However, there was nothing he could do. "Since Deacon Lu insists on me being the vice chief deacon, I won't refuse." Lu Chi-do and Hubei were feeling depressed. Qin Feng's sudden words almost made them vomit blood. Qin Feng didn't care about their feelings. He looked at Hubei and said, "You, go and make a cup of ginger tea for my dear. Make it freshly brewed, and serve it to me." Qin Feng had just been appointed and had already begun to order Hubei around. Hubei was slapped by Qin Feng 3 times in a row. Now he was being ordered around by Qin Feng. Hubei's eyes were wide open. "Deacon Lu, have I been appointed or not? My words don't seem to work." Qin Feng looked at Lu Qido. Lu Qido was even more aggrieved than Hubei. Now that Qin Feng was here, he felt that Qin Feng was the chief deacon of the law enforcement hall. Are you deaf? Hurry up and do as Deacon Qin says. Lu Qido could only vent his anger on Hubei and scolded him again. Hubei was so aggrieved that tears came out. He turned around and ran out. Qin Feng didn't care about Hubei. He looked at Lu Qido and said, Deacon Lu, where is our chief deacon? How can I find him? I don't know. The chief deacon's whereabouts are very secretive. Even the elders and the great guardian don't know about him. I think it's better if you don't look for the chief deacon. He's usually busy with important matters. Why would he meet the people from the law enforcement hall? Lu Qido's words disappointed Qin Feng. It seemed like the chief deacon was even more difficult to meet than the dragon god. The two of them talked for a while. Qin Feng was officially appointed as the deputy chief deacon of the Martial Art Alliance. Lu Qido also told Qin Feng about the internal affairs of the Martial Art Alliance and the things that he needed to pay attention to. Hubei came in with a cup of steaming ginger tea. He was very reluctant, but he put on a smile and brought it to Qin Feng. Deacon Qin, here's the ginger tea you wanted. Qin Feng passed the ginger tea to Yan Wushuang and said gently, Drink some hot ginger tea after drinking wine. Otherwise, you'll catch a cold easily. Qin Feng asked for this ginger tea on behalf of Yan Wushuang. Yan Wushuang was touched. Qin Feng had done what he needed to do and asked almost all the questions. He waited for Yan Wushuang to finish her tea before he hugged her and stood up. Deacon Qin, did you forget something? Lu Qido reminded Qin Feng with a smile when he saw that Qin Feng was about to leave. Qin Feng pretended to be confused and said, Forget what? Oh, right. I haven't been here for more than 3 months. Are you still paying me? You can transfer your salary to my bank account. Lu Qido was so angry that his nose became crooked. It was good enough that he did not fire Qin Feng. Why would he still pay you? Ahem. It's not about that. It's about Saint Medic and Divine Armament Hall. Lu Qido said straightforwardly. Qin Feng walked out of the office with Yan Wushuang in his arms. His voice drifted in. I've already sent them a message. Lu Qido and Hubei stood in the office with cold faces as they watched Qin Feng and Yan Wushuang's disappearing silhouette. Lu Qido immediately took out his phone and called Elder Wei's office. After some inquiries, Saint Medic and Divine Armament Hall changed their minds. Fuck, I've been tricked by this brat. He has already sent a message to Saint Medic and Divine Armament Hall. Why should I smile at him? I'll kill him with a kick. Lu Qido stomped his feet in anger. Hubei was even more furious. Deacon Lu, why don't you revoke Qin Feng's position now and send some people to beat that brat up? Lu Qido glared at Hubei and roared, Are you stupid? If I revoke that brat's position now, what if he calls Saint Medic and Divine Armament Hall? Do you think we're playing house? You want to find people to beat him up? He's the Green Dragon of China, a Stage 9 inner chi expert. Apart from the Supreme Guardian, who else in the Martial Art Alliance can beat him? Lu Qido's words made Hubei speechless. Tears welled up in his eyes again. Ever since he joined the Martial Art Alliance, he had never been in such a sorry state. Qin Feng and Yan Wushuang walked out of the Martial Art Alliance. When they passed by the main hall, all the martial artists in the main hall turned to look at Qin Feng. They were stunned when they saw Qin Feng was unscathed and swaggering out with a beauty in his arms. Qin Feng, how did you join the law enforcement hall? I didn't know about it. Yan Wushuang heaved a sigh of relief as soon as they left the Martial Art Alliance's base. I helped Saint Medic win the title of King of Elixirs, so they helped me join the law enforcement hall. Qin Feng didn't need to hide anything from Yan Wushuang. Yan Wushuang suddenly let go of Qin Feng's arm. Her face turned cold. Is it that Rin Xiao Yao? No wonder Saint Medic listens to you. You're such a flirt. Qin Feng wasn't afraid of Yan Wushuang's jealousy. He smiled and said, "The Divine Armament Hall is the same. The Yun family respected me because I accepted Yun Xiao from the Yun family." Yan Wushuang gritted her teeth in anger, but she couldn't show it. Otherwise, it would look like she was jealous of Qin Feng. "I'm going back to the Dragon Gate. Don't follow me." Yan Wushuang quickened her pace. Qin Feng's laughter came from behind. "Team leader Yan, are you sure you don't want me to follow you? You don't want your underwear anymore?" "Ah!" Yan Wushuang let out an earth-shattering scream. Then, she disappeared from Qin Feng's sight in the blink of an eye. Qin Feng was dumbfounded. He realized that this woman ran away too fast. After Yan Wushuang ran away, Qin Feng called Lu Bingbing. Since he couldn't find the alliance leader in the Martial Artists Alliance, he planned to meet the women in the provincial capital and then return to Hero City with Xiao Li and the others. Qin Feng was still worried about Qin Ye's resurrection. "Qin Feng, I didn't expect you to call me," Lu Bingbing complained as soon as the call was connected. Lu Bingbing's sexy body appeared in Qin Feng's mind. He smiled and said, "Bingbing, I'm in the provincial capital. I didn't see you at the Dragon Gate today. Where did you go?" "Ah, you went back to the provincial capital. I am out on a mission. I think I'll go back tomorrow. You should stay in the provincial capital for 2 more days." Lu Bingbing used to be cold. However, after being with Qin Feng for a long time and being taught by Qin Feng's endurance, her tone became softer and softer. She even felt a little dependent on Qin Feng. Qin Feng was a little disappointed when he found out that Lu Bingbing wasn't in the provincial capital. He said, "All right, focus on your mission and be careful. By the way, I heard that you've become the alliance leader after returning from the martial arts world. You even defeated Senior Dragon God. Is this news true or false?" Lu Bingbing was out on a mission, but she also heard about Qin Feng's glorious deeds. Qin Feng said honestly, "Of course it's true. I was celebrating at the Dragon Gate this morning. The 12 peaks and the 9 dragons were all there. After the event, the 12 old men even flattered me and begged me to help them with their mission." Lu Bingbing couldn't bear it anymore. She complained over the phone, all right. I haven't seen you for a while, and you're showing off again. I'll teach you a lesson when I get back. Let's see if you dare to boast again. If the 12 peaks hear you, they'll skin you alive." Chapter 1072. According to Qin Feng's plan, after seeing the women in the capital today, he would take Xiao Li, Shui and the others back to Hero City tomorrow. However, his plans couldn't keep up with the changes. Qin Feng could only stay in the capital for 1 more day. He would only be able to return to Hero City the day after tomorrow. He still needed to teach Lu Bingbing a lesson tonight. Qin Feng thought of Qiao Shishir and Chang Xan since he had nothing to do. Qin Feng met Chang Xan as soon as he arrived at the provincial capital after losing the battle at the Amethyst Dragon Palace. Now that he thought about it, it had been a while since he last saw these 2 women and the students of Provincial Capital University. Qin Feng hailed a taxi and arrived at Provincial Capital University. He stood at the entrance of the university and gazed at the shining words, "Provincial Capital University." He was filled with emotions. As Qiao Feng, Qin Feng had made a name for himself in Provincial Capital University. He had promoted Chinese medicine and taught a united class that loved Chinese medicine. He had even defeated the exchange students and lecturers from St. Medical Institute and made Provincial Capital University famous overseas. Qin Feng had left behind many glorious achievements in this university. Although he was no longer teaching at Provincial Capital University, there were still many legends about Qiao Feng in the university. "Ah, why you are Professor Qiao Feng?" Qin Feng heard a series of screams. 3 female students covered their mouths and looked at Qin Feng excitedly. Qin Feng had changed his appearance to Qiao Feng before he came. He was Qiao Feng at Provincial Capital University, so it was only natural that he would return. "Zhang Ting, you still remember me?" Qin Feng's memory was superb. He recognized one of the three female students at a glance. She was the medical college student he taught before. Zhang Ting was already excited. When she heard that Professor Qiao Feng still remembered her name, she was so excited that she almost fainted. "See, Professor Qiao Feng, where have you been all this time? The school leader said that you should resign on your own accord. How could you abandon the students of our medical school? Sob sob. Everyone is waiting for you to return." Zhang Ting was originally screaming excitedly, but as she spoke, she began to cry. The medical college students really missed Professor Qiao Feng. Not only did Qiao Feng teach them Chinese medicine, but he also taught them how to be human. They treated Qiao Feng as their own brother and treated him like family. A warm feeling welled up in Qin Feng's heart. He felt a bit guilty towards these students. He went up and patted Zhang Ting's head as he smiled and said, "Classmate Zhang Ting, didn't I come back to see you all? Come, let's go to Medical College Class 1 and meet the other students." It was almost the new year, and the school was about to close for the holidays. The campus of Kyoto University was covered with a layer of white snow. There were very few students on campus, and there were a few couples who were passionately in love. They were not afraid of the cold and hugged and kissed on the chairs and stone paths. Zhang Ting chatted and laughed with Qin Feng along the way. Zhang Ting felt like she was dreaming. When they arrived at the entrance of Medical College Class 1, Qin Feng was shocked by the scene inside. The other classes were almost empty, but the Medical College Class 1's classroom was almost full. These people seemed to know that Qin Feng was coming, so they all stood up and shouted, "Professor Qiao Feng, the students of Medical College Class 1 welcome you back." Qin Feng stood on the podium. The winter sun shone on his very ordinary face. He looked at the familiar classroom, the familiar blackboard, and the familiar faces. Even though Qin Feng was already the #1 martial artist in the secular world of Huaxia, at this moment his eyes were covered with a layer of mist. Zhang Ting had already walked to her seat. The reason why all the students rushed over was that Zhang Ting had secretly sent a message to the class chat group after she met Qin Feng. There were 48 students in Medical College Class 1, but only 45 of them were present. Lu Jie, Hua Yan, and Qiao Shishir were not present. Qin Fen knew that Lu Jie and Hua Yan were in Hero City, but he didn't know where Qiao Shishir had gone. "Students, during the time I was not around, did you work hard to learn Chinese medicine? Do you want to promote Chinese medicine?" Qin Feng's voice was loud and clear, just like when he was lecturing on the podium. The students seemed to have regained their passion and warmth. Their voices were as loud as thunder. "Professor Qiao Feng, we have worked very hard and won many medical competitions in the past half a year. We will always remember Professor Qiao Feng's teachings, and remember that we are the descendants of China. We must spare no effort to carry forward China's culture." Qin Feng knew that these students had worked very hard because the Hedonist sovereign system had issued an unlimited mission a long time ago. The mission was to promote China's Chinese medicine. The reward for this mission was not fixed. It would be given out from time to time according to the degree of promotion of China's Chinese medicine. Qin Feng had received a lot of rewards in the past half a year, and this was all because of the medical college students' hard work. Very good. You didn't let your teachers down, and you didn't let yourselves down either. In the future, when you graduate, you will definitely become the best in Chinese medicine. Maybe some of you will become teachers, some of you will become doctors. You will also teach students and save patients. At that time, pass down this spirit and let Chinese medicine flourish for a long time. Qin Feng was so excited that he said a series of passionate words. The students became even more excited. Someone shouted, "Professor Qiao Feng, please give us another lesson." Yes, Professor Qiao Feng, please give us another lesson. Under the crowd's request, Qin Feng gave the last lesson. This lesson was not a complete one because Hua Yan, Lu Jie, and Qiao Shishir were not present. However, life was incomplete. Only by leaving behind some regrets would one be able to reminisce about the past. After the lesson, everyone was reluctant to let Qin Feng leave, but he had to leave. He and these students did not belong to the same world. It was fate that arranged for them to gather together for a short period of time. Then, fate arranged for them to go their separate ways. Qin Feng walked out of the familiar classroom and walked on the familiar campus. He planned to take a look at Chang Xan's office and bid farewell to this woman whom he had an ambiguous relationship with. Lu Shikai, I've told you very clearly that we are not suited to be boyfriend and girlfriend. A cold voice came from behind Qin Feng. It sounded very familiar. Qin Feng turned around and saw Chang Xan wearing a red coat and black stockings. She was arguing with a man in the snow with her arms crossed in front of her chest. The man was dressed in a well-ironed white suit that was whiter than the snow. He was tall and slender, and he was as handsome as a Korean oppa. Chang Xan, I'm not here to ask you to be my girlfriend. Let's just be friends, right? Lu Shikai was not scared off by Chang Xan's cold attitude. He looked at Chang Xan with a cheeky smile. I'm sorry, but I don't like to make friends. I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Chang Xan's expression darkened. It was unknown if she was angered by Lu Shikai or if something had happened to her recently. Lu Shikai did not let Chang Xan go. He rushed forward and blocked Chang Xan's way. Chang Xan, don't you think this is boring? We're all teachers of the same school, and we've been seeing each other for a long time. Why can't we just be friends? Chang Xan seemed to be annoyed by Qin Feng's pestering. She said, Fine, I promise to be friends with you. Can you move aside now? Lu Shikai smiled wickedly. Since we're friends, I'll treat you to a meal and a movie. Is that okay? Chang Xan rolled her eyes. She was infuriated by Lu Shikai's shameless behavior. However, she did not want to fall out with Lu Shikai because he was a man with a strong background. Lu Shikai had just arrived at Provincial Capital University a month ago. Rumor had it that he was the son of a collateral relative of the Lu family, one of the 4 major families in Provincial Capital. Lu Shikai did not have the ability and qualifications to be a teacher, but he got in through the back door and taught the students of the art department. Lu Shikai wasn't here to be a teacher. He was here to pick up girls. He'd only been here for a month, but he'd already slept with no less than 30 female university students. His record could rival that of the hedonistic young Master Qin Feng. After Lu Shikai was done with the beauties of the university, he turned his attention to Chang Xan. I'm sorry, but I have an appointment tonight. Chang Xan refused. Professor Chang Xan, you said yourself that you don't like to make friends. You don't seem to have any friends in Provincial Capital University. Who are you meeting? It's fine if I go with you, right? Lu Shikai decided to follow Chang Xan shamelessly. Chang Xan was on the verge of tears. She was alone in Provincial Capital University. Hua Yan and Xiao Feng had left, so she had no one to rely on. Now that she was being pestered by the son of the Lu family, she had no idea how to get rid of him. I'm sorry, but I have an appointment with Chang Xan tonight. Don't be a third wheel and don't pester my Chang Xan anymore. While Chang Xan was feeling lonely and helpless, a broad shoulder landed on her back. Chang Xan was startled. She instinctively wanted to struggle, but when she turned around and saw Xiao Feng's face, her body froze. She even suspected that she was dreaming. Xiao Feng had disappeared for several months, and now he had returned? Where did you come from, you little bastard? Get lost if you know what's good for you. Don't piss me off. Lu Shikai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets when he saw Qin Feng hugging Chang Xan. Not many people knew about Xiao Feng's identity. Moreover, Lu Shikai did not take Qin Feng seriously because of his ordinary appearance. Xiao Feng, is it really you? Chang Xan exclaimed when she realized that Xiao Feng had returned. Qin Feng smiled calmly and pulled Chang Xian closer to him. Chang Xian, have you forgotten that we have an appointment to have dinner together tonight? Qin Feng had already figured out Chang Xian's predicament after watching from the side. He was here to help Chang Xian out of her predicament. Ah, that's right. Let's go. Chang Xian quickly regained her senses and dragged Qin Feng away. She had been annoyed by Lu Shikai for a long time. Motherfucker. How dare you leave when I didn't say so? Do you know who I am? I'm the son of the Lu family, one of the 4 major families in the provincial capital. How dare you oppose me? Are you tired of living? Qin Feng sneered inwardly. Who do you think you are? Even the Lu family's Lu Shu and the Lu family's old man would have to curry favor with him. You better shut up, and I'll pretend that nothing happened. Qin Feng stopped and turned around to look at Lu Shikai. He returned to the campus as Qiao Feng and did not want to stir up any trouble. Lu Shikai was stunned for a moment. He didn't think that Qin Feng would dare to be so arrogant after hearing his name. However, it was only a moment before Lu Shikai regained his previous arrogance. Damn it! How dare you yell at me like that? Get your ass over here and kowtow to me. Otherwise, I'll call my family and have them break your limbs. Chang Xian did not expect Lu Shikai to be so barbaric. She started to worry about Qin Feng. Qiao Feng, let's go. Just ignore him. Chang Xian knew Lu Shikai's powerful family background. She was afraid that Qin Feng would be at a disadvantage, so she dragged him away. Qin Feng did not leave. Instead, he hugged Chang Xian and returned to Lu Shikai's side. Chapter 1073. Slap. A loud sound reverberated in the air. Lu Shikai said that one should kowtow loudly, so Qin Feng's slap was absolutely loud. Slap, slap. When Lu Shikai told Qin Feng to kowtow 3 times, Qin Feng gave him 3 resounding slaps on the face. The 3 slaps seemed to have been completed in an instant. Qin Feng had already withdrawn his hand and calmly looked at Lu Shikai as if nothing had happened. Lu Shikai and Chang Xian were stupefied. Chang Xian was scared to death. Lu Shikai was the young master of the Lu family in the provincial capital. Now that Qiao Feng had offended Lu Shikai, he was doomed. You. How dare you slap me? Slap? Qin Feng gave Lu Shikai another slap. The 4 slaps had turned Lu Shikai's handsome face into a pig's head. I don't want to dirty my hands by hitting you, but you asked for it. I had no choice. Qin Feng shook his head helplessly as if hitting Lu Shikai was a disgrace to Qin Feng's status. Chang Xian had long since regained her senses. She wondered where Qiao Feng got his confidence from. Lu Shikai was so angry that he wanted to kill Qin Feng. However, he knew that he was no match for Qin Feng, so he could only suppress his anger. You. Wait a minute, I'll call someone over. Lu Shikai said cautiously. Oh, you want to call someone over? Fine, then call more people over. It's best if you can call your cousin, Lu Shu too. Lu Shikai was stunned when he heard Qin Feng calling Lu Shu over. He did not expect that the man in front of him knew his cousin, Lu Shu. Lu Shu was one of the 4 young masters of the provincial capital. Who didn't know him? Humph, you're really arrogant. Just you wait, I'll call my cousin over now. Lu Shikai had already dialed Lu Shu's number. An impatient voice came from the other end. What's the matter? I'm busy. Lu Shikai was only a descendant of the Lu family. In front of Lu Shu, the eldest grandson of the Lu family, his status was no different than a servant. After being yelled at by Lu Shu, Lu Shikai still had to smile and say, Big cousin, I was beaten by someone. Fuck. You idiot. Don't you get beaten up all the time? Can you stop embarrassing our Lu family? I don't have time to care about this kind of thing. Take care of it yourself. Seeing that Lu Shu was about to hang up the phone, Lu Shikai quickly said, Big cousin, that guy wants you to come here personally. He wants to teach you a lesson. Lu Shikai made Qin Feng sound arrogant and despotic. Chang Xian was furious. but she was more worried about Qin Feng than anything else. Xiao Feng, let's go. Don't make a big deal out of this, Chang Xian urged. Qin Feng remained silent, but he had no intention of leaving. Chang Xian was anxious, but there was nothing she could do. After Lu Shikai spread all sorts of rumors about Qin Feng, Lu Shu was successfully enraged. What the fuck? Who's so crazy? Ask him to tell me his name. I want to see which family he's from. Seeing that big cousin was angry, Lu Shikai smiled playfully and looked at Qin Feng as if he was looking at a dead man. Stinking brat, big cousin asked you what your name is. Xiao Feng. Qin Feng answered calmly. Big cousin, I've found out that the brat's name is Xiao Feng. I've never heard of anyone with the surname Xiao in the provincial capital. This brat must be a nobody. That's why he's so arrogant. Big cousin, can you say something? Why did you hang up the phone? After Lu Shikai reported Qin Feng's name, there was no reply from the other side. Lu Shu was drenched in cold sweat. He quickly put on his clothes and drove to provincial capital university. Lu Shikai might not know Xiao Feng and Qin Feng's identities, but how could Lu Shu not know? When Qin Feng was the green dragon of China, Lu Shu, Yang Can, and the other top young masters in the provincial capital were Qin Feng's lackeys. Now that Qin Feng had become the chief of the martial arts world and defeated the dragon god, all the big families in the provincial capital worshipped Qin Feng as if he was a god. After finding out that Lu Shikai, that idiot, had offended Qin Feng, Lu Shu wanted to fly over and kill this idiot cousin in the next second. Are you done with your phone call? Is Lu Shu here? Qin Feng asked Lu Shikai indifferently. Lu Shikai was uncertain. He wondered if his big cousin was too lazy to care about such a trivial matter, or what was going on. Humph. Just you wait. Big cousin is coming with a Ferrari. I'll teach you a lesson. Lu Shikai pretended to be calm and glared at Qin Feng. It didn't matter if Lu Shu was coming or not. He couldn't lose to Qin Feng in terms of momentum. Qin Feng hugged Chang Xian and sat down on a chair to chat with her. It had been a long time since Qin Feng last saw Chang Xian, so he asked her about her recent situation. However, Chang Xian was restless, and her mind would wander as she talked. Screech! In just 10 minutes, a flashy black Ferrari stopped beside Lu Shikai. When Lu Shikai saw his big cousin coming out of the car, he was so excited that his snot and mucus came out of his nose. Big cousin really came with a Ferrari. Big cousin, you're here. Lu Shikai greeted Lu Shu with a smile. When he was about to point out Qin Feng's identity and ask his big cousin to beat Lu Shu up, he noticed that Lu Shu had already dashed toward Qin Feng and Chang Xian. Lu Shikai was extremely excited. He thought to himself, big cousin is so domineering when he beats Lu Shu up. He didn't even say a word before he rushed to beat Lu Shu up. Qin, big brother Xiao Feng, I'm late. Please forgive me, big brother Xiao Feng. After several months, Lu Shu had changed a lot. He had become the young master of the Lu family. Now he had lost his hedonistic aura and became more dignified and domineering. Lu Shu had no idea why Qin Feng had changed back to Xiao Feng. Could it be that Qin Feng used different identities to pick up girls? Did he use different faces to date different girls? As one of the most powerful young masters in Jindu, Lu Shu suddenly felt ashamed. Compared to young Master Qin's hedonistic and unruly behavior, his little tricks were nothing. Chang Xian and Lu Shikai were dumbfounded. They realized that Lu Shu was calling big brother Xiao Feng. Big cousin brother, W, what are you doing? This bastard scolded you and said he wanted to beat you up. Quick, teach him a lesson. Lu Shikai saw that something was wrong, so he rushed to stir up conflict. Slap. Lu Shu turned around and slapped Lu Shikai. The slap made Lu Shikai spin 3 times on the ground. Actually, when Lu Shu got out of the car, he wanted to stomp Lu Shikai to death. However, he had to greet Qin Feng first. It would be troublesome if he offended Qin Feng. Fuck you. Who the fuck are you? I know you. Don't call me big cousin brother. Which family are you from? Lu Shu pretended that he didn't know Lu Shirkai. He couldn't wait to remove Lu Shirkai's name from the Lu family. Not long ago, the upper class of the Jindu received a piece of shocking news. The Sima family, one of the 4 major families, declined overnight. All of their blacksmiths were sold to the Yun family. The Yun family was promoted from a second-rate family to one of the 4 major families. The reason for this change was that a stupid disciple of the Sima family had offended Qin Feng. Big cousin brother, don't hit me. Why don't you recognize me? I'm your cousin, Lu Shirkai. Lu Shirkai was kicked to the ground and screamed in pain. Lu Shu's face changed. He wanted to find a needle and sew Lu Shirkai's mouth shut. Shut your fucking mouth. Don't you know who that is? That's my big brother, Qiao Feng, China's Azure Dragon, the young master of the Qin family. If you want to die, go ahead. Don't drag me and the Lu family down with you. Lu Shu revealed Qin Feng's real identity. Lu Shirkai, who was screaming and rolling on the ground, suddenly froze. He even forgot the pain in his body and stared at Qin Feng with his mouth agape. This person is Qin Feng, the young hero Qin Feng, who has caused an uproar in the Jindu and made all the major families tremble in fear? But his appearance doesn't seem right. I deserve to die. Please spare my life, young hero Qin Feng. I am not a member of the Lu family. I'm just a nameless idiot. Lu Shirkai was scared out of his wits. He also realized the seriousness of the situation. Lu Shirkai begged Qin Feng for mercy while he tried to deny his relationship with the Lu family. He knew that if he did not handle this matter well, the Lu family would follow in the footsteps of the Dongfang family. Lu Shirkai wanted to commit suicide because he knew he would die a more miserable death if he continued to live. You stinking idiot! How dare you pretend to be a member of the Lu family? I'll kill you! Lu Shu was still beating Lu Shirkai. Chang Xian was trembling in fear when she saw the bloody scene. Qin Feng hugged Chang Xian and stood up. He was too lazy to watch Lu Shu and Lu Shirkai's acting. All right, the Lu family should abdicate. Lu Jie's Lu family will replace the Lu family. You and Yang Ken are still my little brothers. Since you performed well recently, you can stay as the top 2 of the 5 small families. Qin Feng's words had sucked Lu Shu's soul out of his body. At this moment, the 4 major families of the Jindu were frozen. The Qin family was the leader. The Dongfang family was on the same level, the Yun family of the Jindu and the Lu family of the Jindu. When Lu Shirkai heard Qin Feng's decision, he was so scared that he fainted. Lu Shu, on the other hand, came back to his senses at this time. He started to rejoice that the Lu family was still able to sit firmly in the top 2 of the 5 small family clans. This was already pretty good. Look at the Sima family. Thank you for your forgiveness, big brother Qin. I'll inform my family about this. Lu Shu carried the fainted Lu Shirkai and rushed to the Lu family's residence. As soon as the 2 of them left, another group of people arrived. Big brother Qin, I've heard that you're back, so I've come to welcome you. The group consisted of dozens of men and women. The leader of the group was Yang Kan, one of the 4 young masters of the Jindu. Behind him were the first-rate young masters and daughters of the noble families. Young Master Qin. After Yang Kan finished his words, the rest of the people greeted Qin Feng in unison. Qin Feng did not expect Yang Kan and the others to be so well informed. They knew that he was in the Jindu University in such a short time. It was not that Yang Kan and the others were well informed, but Qin Feng's current status was so high that even he did not expect it. Although Qin Feng did not agree to become the Dragon God, he had reached the same status as the Dragon God in the martial arts world. In fact, he was even more prestigious than the Dragon God. Now, all the major families in the Jindu were paying attention to Qin Feng's every move. They all wanted to curry favor with Qin Feng and obtain his help. Big brother Qin, I've booked a luxurious room in the soaring cloud mansion. I want to welcome you. Yang said respectfully. He did not dare to slight Qin Feng. The rest of the rich young masters and daughters, who usually flaunted their prowess in the Jindu, lowered their heads like obedient chicks. Chang Xian was stunned by the scene. She wondered what earth-shattering things Qin Feng had done recently. How did he manage to make all the disciples of the major families in the Jindu come to greet him? Qin Feng had many things to discuss with Chang Xian. He waved his hand and said, "I'm very busy. You guys can go back now. Behave yourself in the Jindu, and you'll be fine." Qin Feng's words made everyone heave a sigh of relief. When these people came, they saw Lu Shu drive the Ferrari away angrily, and Lu Shikai, who was beaten to the point of being covered in blood in the car. Everyone already understood something. "Then we won't disturb you anymore. Let's go." Chapter 1074. Chang Xian knew Qin Feng and Xiao Feng's identities, but she was just an ordinary person. She did not know how powerful a martial artist could be, so the information she had was limited. After everyone left, Chang Xian regained her senses. She looked at Qin Feng and asked, Who are you?" "Those are the rich young masters and ladies of the provincial capital. Why are they afraid of you?" Looking at Chang Xian's nervous expression, Qin Feng smiled and said, "I'm me. Don't mind my other identities. I'm just teacher Xiao Feng in front of you and the students of the medical college." Although Qin Feng's status was high, he had never put on airs in front of his family and friends. He was still the same Qin Feng. Chang Xian had been missing Qin Feng and Hua Yan. She had tried to contact them, but she couldn't reach them. Qin Feng and Hua Yan walked further and further on the path of martial artists. As an ordinary teacher and doctor, Chang Xian could not walk the same path as them. Qin Feng had realized this problem a long time ago. That was why he asked Zhao Lingxian, Lin Bei, and the other women to start cultivating so that he could walk the same path as them. Then why did you come back?" Chang Xian looked at Qin Feng expectantly. It would be great if Qin Feng came back to be a teacher. "I just returned to the provincial capital, so I took some time to visit the students and you. I'm afraid I'll have to leave again in a while." Qin Feng's words were like a bucket of cold water poured over Chang Xian's head. Chang Xian's complexion was not good lately. She seemed to be preoccupied with something, but she was actually thinking about Qin Feng. Back when Qin Feng, Hua Yan, and Chang Xian lived in the villa, the three of them lived a happy and carefree life. Chang Xian and Qin Feng even had an ambiguous relationship. Chang Xian had gradually become dependent on Qin Feng. She felt that Qin Feng should be responsible for her. After a while, Chang Xian was disappointed when Qin Feng did not say anything else. "Oh, right. Hua Yan hasn't come to class for a long time. Do you know where she went?" Chang Xian mentioned Hua Yan. She had a hunch that Qin Feng and Hua Yan were together. "Don't worry about Hua Yan. She's living a good life with me. I'll bring her back to visit you when I'm free. The three of us can gather in your villa and relive that time." Qin Feng's expression became blurred as he spoke. He was reminiscing about his carefree life as a teacher. Chang Xian's guess was verified, and she felt frustrated. Chang Xian was the one who fell in love with Qin Feng first. Eventually, Qin Feng and Hua Yan became intimate. Chang Xian treated Hua Yan as her younger sister, so she took the initiative to let Hua Yan go. She did not expect Qin Feng to be with Hua Yan and abandon her. Chang Xian suddenly felt that it was unfair. She was at the age where she was worried about getting married and wanted to find a good man to spend the rest of her life with. Qin Feng met her criteria for marriage. "Then, since you're here, why don't you come to my villa?" Chang Xian invited Qin Feng for no apparent reason. Qin Feng didn't think too much about it. The two of them walked on the snowy ground and chatted until they reached Chang Xian's villa. Qin Feng walked into the room. The furnishings and decorations in the room hadn't changed, giving Qin Feng a familiar feeling. Chang Xian took off her high heels as soon as she entered the house. Her body was slightly bent, and her back was facing Qin Feng. Qin Feng was a little dazed. Chang Xian took off her red coat and hung it at the side. She was wearing a white shirt, shorts, and black stockings. Chang Xian was a great beauty with a voluptuous body. After she took off her coat, Qin Feng couldn't help but steal a few glances at her body. Chang Xian noticed his gaze and blushed. She didn't say anything and walked to the sofa in the living room. Big sister Xian, how have you been lately? Qin Feng felt like he had returned to that period of time when they lived together. Chang Xian was a few years older than Hua Yan and Qin Feng, so Qin Feng and Hua Yan addressed Chang Xian as Big Sister Xian. Chang Xian poured 2 cups of water and said, "Not so good." Qin Feng, who was sitting beside Chang Xian, was taken aback. Usually, Chang Xian's answer was not bad. "Big Sister Xian, why aren't you doing well? Is it because Lu Shikai has been pestering you lately? Don't worry, he won't pester you anymore." Qin Feng believed that the Lu family would punish Lu Shikai severely. They might even remove Lu Shikai's name from the Lu family. However, Chang Xian wasn't annoyed by Lu Shikai's pursuit. It was because her life had been too monotonous and lonely recently. "Qin Feng, can you tell me what you are really like?" Chang Xian suddenly asked. "Big Sister Xian, do you really want to know?" Qin Feng hesitated. Indeed, Chang Xian wanted to know more about Qin Feng. She realized that she only knew one of Qin Feng's identities, and the identity of Qiao Feng's teacher was not the real Qin Feng. Chang Xian wanted to know more about Qin Feng and what kind of person he was. "If it's convenient for you to tell me, I'd like to hear it." Chang Xian looked at Qin Feng with anticipation. Actually, Qin Feng's identity was no longer a secret. However, Qin Feng's purpose of coming to Provincial Capital University was to meet everyone. He had no intention of developing a relationship with Chang Xian. In Qin Feng's opinion, he and Chang Xian belonged to 2 different worlds. Qin Feng had enough women now, and he didn't want to take any of them back. Otherwise, he would anger Zhao Lingxian and the others to death. "My original identity is Qin Feng. I'm the eldest grandson of the Qin family in the provincial capital. In fact, I'm one of the people who practice ancient martial arts in China. Now that I've become the strongest martial artist in the secular world of China, all the big families in the provincial capital are trying to curry favor with me. Even the Chinese government is trying to rope me in." Qin Feng told Chang Xian the truth about his current cultivation level. Qin Feng purposely displayed his strongest side so that Chang Xian would know the gap between them. He wanted Chang Xian to give up on the idea of being together with Chang Xian. It was not that Qin Feng looked down on Chang Xian, but he thought that Big Sister Xian was too outstanding. It would be better for her to find a better man and live a peaceful life. Chang Xian was dumbfounded by Qin Feng's words. After a while, Chang Xian became curious and asked, "Is it because you practice ancient martial arts that you can use your luck to target me?" Qin Feng nodded. "Is it because you practice ancient martial arts that you can change your appearance as you wish?" Changing one's appearance had nothing to do with cultivation, but it involved the system, so Qin Feng nodded. "Why are you together with Hua Yan? Is Hua Yan also an ancient martial artist?" "Yes, Hua Yan is a demon cultivator. She's also very powerful. Hua Yan can defeat 100 ordinary street thugs." When Qin Feng mentioned Hua Yan, he couldn't help but miss this smart girl. Chang Xian seemed to have understood many things in an instant. She asked, "Can practicing ancient martial arts prolong one's lifespan?" Qin Feng nodded and said, "When one reaches a certain level of cultivation, one's lifespan will increase. Moreover, cultivation can strengthen one's body and prevent one from falling sick easily." It was Chang Xian's first time hearing about the world of ancient martial arts. She felt like she was dreaming. Initially, she thought these things only existed in novels and television shows. She did not expect them to exist in real life as well. Chang Xan believed Qin Feng's words. Not long ago, those top-notch young masters of Willow Tree Group treated Qin Feng with utmost respect. Chang Xian was tempted by his words. She wanted to practice cultivation as well. Qin Feng, can you help me cultivate with you? Chang Xian suddenly approached Qin Feng and grabbed his arm with her lily-white hands. A fragrant scent wafted into Qin Feng's nose. It was a familiar scent that he had not smelled for a long time. Qin Feng stared at Chang Xian, who was just inches away from him. His gaze involuntarily fell on the most prominent part of Chang Xian's body and said, I haven't decided yet. With Qin Feng's current abilities, it was too easy for an ordinary person to practice ancient martial arts. He could feed Chang Xian a blood qi pill or perform the 5 elemental acupuncture technique to help Chang Xian become a cultivator. However, Qin Feng had not decided yet. If he allowed Chang Xian to practice ancient martial arts, he would have to guide her all the time. That would be tantamount to taking Chang Xian as his wife. What do you mean by you haven't decided yet? Chang Xian looked at Qin Feng with disappointment. She thought the relationship between the two of them was intimate enough, but Qin Feng did not agree to her request immediately. Qin Feng decided to be straightforward and said, Big sister Xian, I have a way to help you become a martial artist. However, I need to perform acupuncture on your entire body. That way, Big sister Xian will become my woman, and I already have a lot of women by my side. Qin Feng wanted Chang Xian to back off, but he did not expect that Chang Xian would suddenly throw herself into Qin Feng's arms and kiss him. Then, if you perform acupuncture on me, I can be your woman. Chang Xian used to think that Qin Feng was a playboy, but now that she understood Qin Feng's capabilities, she felt that it was normal for Qin Feng to have more women. Qin Feng was the #1 martial artist in the secular world of China. The Qin clan that he belonged to was now the #1 clan in the capital. Qin Feng was simply the #1 rich young master in China. This kind of man was someone that women would be willing to be with even if they had to use their brains. Chang Xian was not greedy for power or money, but she could not let go of Qin Feng. Moreover, Chang Xian also wanted to become a martial artist. She had always dreamed of learning the needle manipulation technique so that she could save more lives in the future. Chang Xian started to take off Qin Feng's shirt. She was ready to be with Qin Feng today. Qin Feng thought that Chang Xian would back off, but he did not expect that she would be provoked into becoming wild. Qin Feng was at a loss of what to do. If he rejected Chang Xian and pushed her away, wouldn't it be inappropriate? Qin Feng did not resist, and allowed Chang Xian to take off his shirt. Chang Xian's clothes were gone, and Qin Feng could no longer hold himself back when he saw her perfect figure and fair skin. He took the initiative to attack her. The battle went from the sofa to Chang Xian's room. It was the first time that Chang Xian felt dizzy and in pain. Qin Feng tried his best to be gentle and took care of Chang Xian's reaction. The battle lasted until midnight. Chang Xian was exhausted. She lay in Qin Feng's arms and panted, Phew! Qin Feng, don't tell me that every man is as ferocious as you? If so, do we still need to work? Chang Xian had only met Qin Feng before, so she did not know about the others. Qin Feng caressed Chang Xian's skin and said with a smile, I'm the strongest. The others don't even have 1% of my strength. You can be happy now. Chang Xian's face blushed. This was the first time she had done it, and it was more of a painful sensation. She did not think that she should be happy. In fact, Chang Xian felt that she should be crying because Qin Feng had been with her for too long. All right, I'm yours now. Can you teach me how to practice ancient martial arts? Chang Xian had completely become Qin Feng's woman. She did not feel the slightest bit of unhappiness. Instead, she felt as if all the gloomy feelings she had were gone. Of course, Qin Feng would not abandon Chang Xan. With a flip of his hand, a row of silver needles appeared beside the bed. He was ready to cleanse Chang Xian's body. Swish, 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 swish. Qin Feng moved the needles as if he was playing a game. However, Chang Xian was not worried at all. She had witnessed Qin Feng's acupuncture skills when he was teaching at Provincial Capital University. It was because of Qin Feng's needle manipulation that he was able to suppress the people from St. Second Medicine Institute. Chapter 1075. Previously, Qin Feng had used acupuncture to cleanse Li Ye's marrow. This time, the process of cleansing Chang Xian's marrow was very smooth. Chang Xian felt her exhausted body suddenly become energetic. There was also a strange flow of energy flowing in her body. It was a feeling that she had never felt before. Ah, Qin Feng, why is there so much filth on my body? Chang Xian shrieked in fear when she saw the layer of black filth on her arms and legs. Women like her loved cleanliness. Chang Xian could not understand where the black filth came from. Don't worry, big sister Xen. These are the toxins and wastes that have accumulated in your body for more than 20 years. They have all been expelled. I'll wash them off for you later. Qin Feng removed the silver needles and carried Chang Xian to the bathroom. After filling the bathtub with water, Qin Feng began to wash Chang Xian. Chang Xian's body was still stiff after she cleansed her body. She felt awkward and wanted to wash herself, but she found it difficult to move. After rinsing the water 3 times, Chang Xian's skin was clean and fair. Her skin was even more flawless and sparkling. Chang Xian was dumbfounded by the sight of her skin. Big sister Xian, you have become a stage 1 inner Qi martial artist. I'll give you a martial arts secret manual later. You just need to cultivate according to the manual. I'll also give you some medicinal pills. After you've stabilized your stage 1 inner Qi, you can consume the medicinal pills to speed up your breakthrough. Qin Feng told Chang Xian some things a martial artist needed to pay attention to. He even explained the division of martial artists' realms to her. Chang Xian felt like she was dreaming. She was just an ordinary university teacher come hospital doctor this morning, but now she had become one of the mysterious ancient martial artists in China. Chang Xian could finally move. She felt shy again when she saw Qin Feng had washed her clean. Chang Xian was very grateful to Qin Feng. It was Qin Feng who allowed her to step into the world of martial artists and open her eyes to a new and mysterious world. When Chang Xian saw Qin Feng was drenched in sweat, she pulled Qin Feng into the bathtub. After midnight, the battle began. After Chang Xian became a martial artist, her stamina had improved tremendously. This time, she did not feel as much pain as before. She finally understood the value of a wedding night. Qin Feng was the indestructible god of war. In the end, Qin Feng broke the bathtub due to his excitement. He hugged Chang Xian and stopped the fight. After a day and a night of hard work, Qin Feng and Chang Xian's relationship had become very intimate. They had regained the ambiguous feeling they had when they were living together. The two of them lay on the bed. Chang Xian didn't want to get up. She wished that time would stop at this moment so that she could lie peacefully in Qin Feng's arms. Big sister Xian, I have some matters to attend to today. I'll bring you along when I return to Acropolis City tomorrow. My headquarters is there, Qin Feng said as he patted Chang Xian's shoulder. Now that Chang Xian was Qin Feng's woman, she had to listen to him. Where are you going? Can I go with you? Lu Bingbing said that she would be back today, so Qin Feng planned to go to the Dragon Gate. You didn't sleep last night. You should take a good rest. I'll come to pick you up. Qin Feng got up and put on his clothes. Chang Xian was indeed exhausted. She buried her head in the blanket when she thought about how they had been fighting since last night. After bidding farewell to Chang Xian, Qin Feng left the villa. As soon as he stepped out of the door, his phone rang. Bing Bing, are you back? Lu Bingbing called. Qin Feng, don't worry about me. Don't come to me. Lu Bingbing's anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. Qin Feng's expression changed drastically. He realized that Lu Bingbing was in danger. Bingbing, where are you? I'm coming to you now. Lu Bingbing was still screaming at Qin Feng over the phone. Her voice was getting softer and softer, as if she was getting further away from the phone. At this moment, a familiar and cold voice came from the other end of the phone. Qin Feng, long time no see. How are you? Qin Feng was stunned for a moment. Then he realized who the other party was. His eyes were burning with anger. William Hagen, how dare you kidnap my woman? You better let Bingbing go now. Otherwise you will regret it. Ever since Qin Feng became the Green Dragon of China, all the factions in China were afraid of Qin Feng. It had been a long time since anyone dared to offend Qin Feng and his woman. William Hagen and Professor Mike had escaped from the research base, and they were two hidden dangers in Qin Feng's heart. Qin Feng planned to find out their whereabouts and get rid of them, but they came knocking on his door. Haha, Qin Feng. Ah, Qin Feng, you think too highly of yourself. Why wouldn't I dare to kidnap your woman? I still want to play with her. You have half an hour to get to the top of the cliff. Otherwise, you will have to collect your woman's corpse. Slap. William Hagen hung up the phone. Ever since Qin Feng destroyed the research base of the William family in America, William Hagen and Professor Mike had been trying to kill Qin Feng. Not only did Qin Feng destroy the research base, but he also ruined their original plan to modify humans. Not only that, but he also killed all the William family's mutants. Even Prince William was killed in that battle. William Hagen swore to avenge himself. Qin Feng hadn't been so angry in a long time. With a thought, he immediately rode a fiery red horse toward the direction of the cliff mountain. In the capital, China's most prosperous first-tier metropolis, all kinds of luxury cars and supercars could be seen on the streets. However, it had been many years since someone rode a horse on the streets. At this moment, Qin Feng spurred the horse on. The flaming dragon horse was so fast that it turned into a streak of red light. Many sports cars were left behind by Qin Feng. Wow. Mom, look, someone's riding a horse. A little girl's exclamation came from a bus. The girl's mother dotingly patted the little girl's head. How can there be a horse on the streets? You must have seen wrongly. As soon as the mother's voice fell, everyone on the bus went wild. Fuck, there's really someone riding a horse on the streets. That's obviously a rich young master from capital. How dare he do such a stupid thing? The originally crowded street became even more crowded and chaotic because of Qin Feng riding on the flaming dragon horse. Many car owners stopped driving and took out their phones to take pictures of Qin Feng. Qin Feng moved unimpeded through the congested crossroads. The flaming dragon horse shuttled through the traffic. It was agile and looked like it was about to fly. Fuck, young Master Yin. There's a horse that overtook your Ferrari. Fuck me. Who the fuck is that? He's even cooler than us. He's riding a Fergana horse on the streets. Brothers, today's racing rules have been changed. Whoever can catch up to that group of horses first will be the winner. The dozen or so rich young masters of the capital who were racing on the road all became interested. The roar of the engines was like the roar of a wild beast, and the dozen or so sports cars worth millions of yuan sped away. Qin Feng rode on the flaming dragon horse at the very front, followed by a dozen or so luxury cars. This scene was too spectacular, and it immediately attracted the attention of the passers-by. Young Master Yin finally caught up to Qin Feng in his Ferrari. He was about to show off his prowess to Qin Feng, but when he recognized Qin Feng's face, he was so shocked that he almost crashed his car into a tree. Young Master Yin, why did you suddenly slow down? Let's overtake that pretentious prick. Stop his horse and let us ride it as well. The rich young masters behind young Master Yun asked through their walkie-talkies. Young Master Yun's voice trembled as he said, "Fuck, we're in big trouble today. The person riding the horse is Senior Qin Feng." Senior Qin Feng? The hot-blooded young masters were dumbfounded when they heard this name. Senior Qin Feng was the richest young master in the capital. He was revered like a god by all the leaders of the big and small families. Just because of Qin Feng's words, the Sima family and Lu family of the capital's 4 largest families fell from their positions. Even the Yang family was suppressed by Qin Feng. As for the Yun family and Lu family, Qin Feng helped them ascend to the throne of the 4 largest families. No one dared to provoke Qin Feng anymore. Young Master Yun, don't panic. Isn't Qin Feng together with your eldest cousin Yun Xiao? Your cousin Yun Zhe is Senior Qin Feng's little brother. This matter might not be a disaster. If we handle it well, we might be able to get Senior Qin Feng's help. After a short moment of panic, the group of young masters calmed down. Fortunately, there was a rich young master from the Yun family among them. Otherwise, they would be dead meat. Young Master Yun also calmed down after everyone gave their opinions. I don't think Senior Qin Feng is here to act tough. Why does he need to act tough with his status? He's already a tough guy. Watch your words, brat. If Senior Qin Feng hears it, we'll all die. Everyone, stop arguing. I think Senior Qin Feng is in a hurry to do something. Let's go to the front and open a path for him. Maybe we can resolve this conflict. The group of young masters finally came up with a plan. A dozen sports cars suddenly sped up and chased after Qin Feng. Qin Feng was worried about Lu Bingbing, so he didn't care about the sports cars behind him. However, when the sports cars sped past Qin Feng glanced at them indifferently. Senior Qin Feng, this little brother is Yun Xian. I'm Yun Yu's little brother. I saw that Senior Qin Feng was in a hurry, so I brought some people to open a path for Senior. Yun Xian didn't dare to be negligent and greeted Qin Feng respectfully. Qin Feng still had an impression of Yun Yu. When the Yun family held the Young Masters martial competition, Yun Yu was also a candidate. In the entire Yun family, only Yun Yu and Yun Zhe played together. The two of them even fought during the martial competition, and Yun Yu voluntarily withdrew. Okay, you guys go ahead and open a path. Go in the direction of Broken Cliff Mountain. Qin Feng nodded at Yun Xian. Yun Xian's anxious heart finally calmed down, and he hurriedly relayed Qin Feng's orders to his companions through the communicator. Rumble. Instantly, engines roared on the street, and a dozen luxury cars lined up like a formation of fighter jets. They sped in front of Qin Feng. Seeing this formation, some of the cars in front of them hurriedly pulled over. It felt like they were escorting the country's leader. Holy shit! Who's that young man riding a horse? Since when did the country have such a young, high-ranking official? That horse is too fast. I can't even see that man's face clearly. I recognize him. That's Qin Feng. Wherever Qin Feng passed, there was a commotion. The crowd was boiling, and they all stood on both sides of the road to take pictures of Qin Feng and the dozen luxury cars. This was like a celebrity reception. Later on, reporters from various news agencies and media were sent out to film Qin Feng. When someone recognized Qin Feng, those who had heard of Qin Feng's name were stunned. This was the newly promoted #1 hedonistic young master in the capital. Looking at the formation, it was indeed eye-catching. Qin Feng didn't care about these things, and he didn't have the mood to pay attention to them. With Yun Xian and the others leading the way, Qin Feng's journey was smooth. When he was about to reach the bottom of Broken Cliff Mountain, Qin Feng stopped. Hiss! Chapter 1076. The journey from Chang Xian's house to the foot of Broken Cliff Mountain would take at least an hour. Qin Feng rode Flaming Dragon Horse and arrived there in 20 minutes. Senior Qin Feng, have you arrived? Yun Xian led a group of wealthy young masters from the capital and a few young misses among them. These people usually had high status in the capital and belonged to the upper class. However, in front of Qin Feng, they were like lackeys and maids. They had to lower their heads and didn't dare to look into Qin Feng's eyes. For the sake of Yun Zhe and Yun Yu, Qin Feng said to Yun Xian, "Thank you for everyone's help today. After this, you can go to the Qin Manor to find my cousin, Qin Wudao. If you have any business cooperation or family alliance matters, you can go and talk to him." Qin Feng's words made everyone excited. The Qin Manor was now the most powerful family in the capital. Even the Dongfang family couldn't compare to it. Qin Feng's words were like an imperial edict. He had the power to decide the life and death of a large family in the capital. These young masters had heard that Qin Feng was a difficult person to talk to, but after seeing him today, they realized that he was not as the rumors said. "Then I thank Senior Qin Feng on behalf of everyone. If Senior Qin Feng needs our help in the future, we won't hesitate to go through water and tread on fire." Qin Feng nodded and didn't say anything else. He was in a hurry to save Lu Bingbing. "All right, I still have something to do. You guys leave now." Qin Feng didn't plan to bring these people to Broken Cliff Mountain. William Hagen was a level 6 paranormal, and he invited Qin Feng here alone. If so many people appeared together, William Hagen would be enraged. If Lu Bingbing was hurt, it would be troublesome. After hearing Qin Feng's words, the young masters and young misses quickly boarded their cars. 10 seconds later, more than a dozen cars sped away as if they were never there. Actually, Yun Xian and the others were curious. They were in the outskirts of the capital, and Broken Cliff Mountain was uninhabited. Everyone was curious why Senior Qin Feng came here. However, no one dared to ask. After Yun Xian and the others left, Qin Feng continued to ride Flaming Dragon Horse towards the Broken Cliff Mountain. In less than 5 minutes, Qin Feng had climbed to the mountainside. Then, with a leap, Flaming Dragon Horse disappeared. Qin Feng transformed into a pink streak of light and stood at the top of the Broken Cliff Mountain. Qin Feng was no stranger to this mountain peak. Back then, he and Purple Dragon Su Xiaotian had a life-and-death battle here. In the end, he defeated Su Xiaotian and became the current Azure Dragon of China. Even though it was broad daylight, not a single person could be seen near the Broken Cliff Mountain. Qin Feng stood at the top of the cliff and looked around. He didn't see William Hagen or Lu Bingbing. "William Hagen, you called Grandpa over. Why don't you come out yourself?" Qin Feng knew William Hagen was nearby, so he purposely angered him. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a strange energy vibration in the air. 2 figures appeared on the cliff opposite Qin Feng. It was William Hagen and Professor Mike. "Qin Feng, you really dared to come. Today, I will use your blood as a sacrifice for my son's dead soul." William Hagen was a little mad when he saw Qin Feng. Qin Feng had ruined his entire human transformation plan and killed his son, Prince William. Qin Feng's expression was indifferent as he said in a low voice, "Where's Lu Bingbing? Where did you hide her?" Professor Mike stood beside William Hagen. His expression was much calmer than William Hagen's. The air vibrated again. In the next moment, Lu Bingbing, whose hands and feet were tied, appeared beside the two. "Qin Feng, your woman is in our hands. If you want her to be safe, immediately take off all your clothes," Professor Mike said with a cold expression. Qin Feng felt gloomy. "Smelly old man, your grandpa knew you weren't a decent person. As expected, there's something wrong with your sexual orientation. If you want to kill me, do it. Your grandpa won't take off my clothes for you to mess around with." After Qin Feng spoke, William Hagen and Professor Mike froze. Then William Hagen took a step away from Professor Mike. He looked at him nervously and said, "Professor Mike, what kind of time is this? What nonsense are you thinking? Let's kill Qin Feng first. Then you can do whatever you want with him." Professor Mike was so angry that his nose became crooked. He glared at Qin Feng and William Hagen and explained, "Chief William, This brat Qin Feng has a lot of treasures and is very mysterious. I told him to take off his clothes to prevent the treasures he's hiding from us. If we use our true abilities, we don't have to be afraid of Qin Feng. Professor Mike and Qin Feng were old enemies. When St. Medical College went to Provincial Capital University for an art exchange, Qin Feng fought with Professor Mike. Therefore, Professor Mike knew Qin Feng better than William Hagen. Since he appeared this time, he had to make sure nothing went wrong. He had to kill Qin Feng. After William Hagen understood, he immediately yelled at Qin Feng, "Smelly brat, hurry, and do as Professor Mike says. Take off all your clothes. Otherwise, we'll kill this woman right now." Qin Feng's treasures were in the system. They had nothing to do with clothes. After knowing William Hagen and Professor Mike's thoughts, Qin Feng was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. However, he couldn't reveal his trump card. "Qin Feng, hurry and leave." "Who told you to save me? Hurry and leave." The moment Lu Bingbing saw Qin Feng, she was extremely moved. She knew Qin Feng wouldn't abandon her. However, she was extremely worried. She was afraid Qin Feng would be framed. If someone had to die, Lu Bingbing hoped it would be her. "Bingbing, sit down and don't move. I'll save you and leave in a bit." Qin Feng looked at Lu Bingbing with tears in his eyes. His heart ached. William Hagen was already impatient. He suddenly took out a dagger and pressed it against Lu Bingbing's neck. "Qin Feng, I'll give you 3 seconds to take off all your clothes. Otherwise, I'll make my move." Qin Feng had encountered many opponents and had also encountered many threats. However, this was the first time Qin Feng encountered an enemy who forced him to take off his clothes. It felt a bit weird to ask someone to take off all their clothes before the fight even started. However, when he saw Lu Bingbing's thin and weak figure in the opponent's hands, Qin Feng had no choice but to do this. He quickly took off all his clothes and wasn't afraid of being seen. He was already standing as straight as a pine tree on the mountaintop. The cold wind was biting, and Qin Feng stood naked on the mountaintop. This scene was extremely strange. Lu Bingbing's flustered face blushed. She hadn't seen Qin Feng in a long time. When she saw Qin Feng's well-built muscles and sturdy body, she felt a bit embarrassed. "Fuck, isn't this brat Chinese? Chinese have smaller stomachs than Americans. Why is this bastard so big?" William Hagen stared at Qin Feng's stomach. Hearing his complaints, Professor Mike almost died of depression. "Chief William, we're here for revenge. Don't mind other things," Professor Mike reminded him. William Hagen was embarrassed and immediately looked away. When he thought about how he was paying attention to those things, his face turned red. "Rotten old man, can you let my woman go now?" Qin Feng yelled at the two. William Hagen and Professor Mike's expressions became serious. They looked at each other and nodded. Wang. The air suddenly trembled and William Hagen disappeared. In the next moment, Qin Feng felt a change in the airflow behind him. He turned around and stabbed with his sword. Qin Feng was no longer the Qin Feng from before. He had broken through to the peak of Stage 9 inner Qi, and his strength was comparable to a Stage 1 true Qi expert. He could already see the trajectory of Professor Mike's spatial ability, but Qin Feng deliberately stabbed empty air. Bang! A loud sound came from behind Qin Feng. Just as Munmorn fell, it was slapped away by William Hagen. When it landed on the ground, William Hagen appeared and laughed. "Ha ha! Qin Feng, today is the day you die. You'll regret going against the William family." After William Hagen finished speaking, he stomped on Qin Feng. Qin Feng immediately jumped up and stabbed with his sword again. Crash! The air trembled and William Hagen disappeared again. Qin Feng deliberately stabbed empty air and was attacked from behind again. Qin Feng had the invincible golden body. When he received William Hagen's attack, it couldn't hurt him at all. The reason why Qin Feng pretended to drag William Hagen was because Lu Bingbing was still in Professor Mike's hands. Qin Feng could kill William Hagen with one strike, but he couldn't guarantee that he could reach Professor Mike and save Lu Bingbing at the same time. If there was a mistake, Lu Bingbing would definitely be killed by Professor Mike. Bang! Bang! Muffled sounds came from above Qin Feng. They were all the sounds of William Hagen attacking Qin Feng. Professor Mike's palm was always above Lu Bingbing's head. He was watching the fight with all his attention. He didn't stay idle. He had been secretly using his ability to change William Hagen's position. Lu Bingbing couldn't watch anymore. She cried until her face was ruined. Qin Feng, hurry up and leave. I beg you, hurry up and leave. Lu Bingbing's heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. She didn't want to see the man she loved get hurt. Qin Feng didn't say anything and didn't leave. He was looking for an opportunity while being beaten. William Hagen was a bit tired after fighting for a while. He realized that Qin Feng's skin was really thick. It seemed like he couldn't be killed. Fuck. The skin of a Chinese pig is really thick. I want you to fall off the cliff and shatter into pieces. William Hagen roared. The air suddenly trembled. He had activated his rank 6 illusion ability. William Hagen used his illusion ability to trap Qin Feng in the base of the iron tank core. He made Qin Feng see things wrongly. But now that Qin Feng's strength had increased, illusions were useless against him. William Hagen didn't know about this. Qin Feng was purposely acting. He followed William Hagen's trap and walked over. William Hagen stood behind Qin Feng. Qin Feng stabbed his sword at the cliff in front of him. He would fall off the cliff if he took another step. Qin Feng, don't move. Hurry up and go back. Lu Bingbing was dumbfounded. She didn't know what happened to Qin Feng. William Hagen and Professor Mike sneered. The two of them were impatient and were waiting for Qin Feng to slip and fall into the bottomless abyss. Swoosh! Qin Feng took that step and fell off the cliff. Professor Mike and William Hagen yelled in their hearts. They hated Qin Feng to the core. Today they finally killed Qin Feng. Lu Bingbing fell to the ground in a daze. She cried so hard that her tears almost dried up. Chief William, we finally got our revenge. This is so fucking satisfying. Professor Mike, who was usually calm, couldn't help but jump up. William Hagen leaped to the opposite cliff. He yelled excitedly, Prince William, Father has avenged you. Brothers of the William family, the chief has avenged you. The two of them yelled a few times and finally stopped. Professor Mike looked at Lu Bingbing, who was lying on the ground, and asked, What should we do with this woman? I think we should just kill her. Chapter 1077. William Hagen had lost his mind. He walked towards Lu Bingbing with a smirk on his face. Professor Mike couldn't stand it anymore. He advised, Chief William, it's better to kill her with one strike. It's dangerous in the provincial capital, so we should be careful. William Hagen's lust had been aroused, so he didn't listen to Professor Mike's advice. He pushed Professor Mike away and shouted, You go and keep a lookout for me. I'll deal with that woman soon. Professor Mike had no choice but to stand aside. William Hagen had already walked to Lu Bingbing's side and was about to grab her. Tui, you bastard, don't touch me. Kill me now. I want to accompany Qin Feng. Lu Bingbing glared at William Hagen coldly. If she could untie the ropes on her body, she would fight William Hagen with all her might. Even if she couldn't kill William Hagen, she would at least avenge Qin Feng. Swoosh! A subtle sword hum sounded. Even Professor Mike, who was standing far away, didn't hear it. William Hagen's hand was about to touch Lu Bingbing's chest when he suddenly lost consciousness. He instinctively looked down at his hands. Her hands had disappeared, and her wrists were cleanly cut off. She didn't even have the time to spit out any blood. Swoosh! William Hagen was scared to death. He was about to yell for Professor Mike, but before he could make a sound, a pink light flashed and pierced his heart. Ah! Lu Bingbing couldn't help but scream. She was scared out of her wits. What happened in front of her didn't make sense. Lu Bingbing didn't even see William Hagen. but she saw that he was dead and lying in a pool of blood. Hum! The air vibrated, and William Hagen's corpse suddenly disappeared. Lu Bingbing screamed again. Chief William. Who is it? Who killed Chief William? Get the hell out here right now. Professor Mike was panicking and furious. He had been standing guard at the side. He didn't expect that someone could kill Chief William under his watch. This matter was really too strange. Bing Bing, it's okay. Don't be afraid. A familiar voice sounded in Lu Bingbing's ears. Then she was shocked. She found herself flying in the valley. Si Qin Feng, is it really you? You're not dead? How are we going to fly? Or are we both dead? Qin Feng stood on his galactic flying sword. He held Lu Bingbing with one hand and untied her with the other. Lu Bingbing was still in a daze. Even though she was also a martial artist, she couldn't accept the existence of flying swords. After all, Lu Bingbing's horizons hadn't reached that level yet. Bingbing, we're not dead. We're all alive and well. I just killed William Hagen with my flying sword to avenge you. Qin Feng hugged Lu Bingbing tightly. Lu Bingbing suddenly blushed. She realized that Qin Feng was still naked. Flying sword? What kind of treasure was that? It can actually fly us? After a brief moment of absent-mindedness, Lu Bingbing gradually recovered from her shock. Lu Bingbing looked at the starry sky, flying sword under her feet in disbelief. Qin Feng knew that the existence of the galactic flying sword surpassed Earth's technology and common sense. He wasn't in a hurry to explain it to Lu Bingbing. In the end, he landed in a quiet valley. Bingbing, stay here for a while. I'll come after I kill Professor Mike. After Qin Feng settled Lu Bingbing, he leaped down the cliff. Lu Bingbing was scared to death. She hurriedly looked down from the cave halfway up the mountain and saw a flash of pink light. Qin Feng stepped on the pink light and disappeared like a rocket. At the top of the cliff, Professor Mike was almost in a state of madness. He and William Hagen killed Qin Feng and were originally happy and pleased. However, a few minutes later, the situation changed drastically. William Hagen was killed, and Professor Mike still hadn't seen the person who killed William Hagen. Swish! A flash of pink light flashed. Professor Mike felt his vision blur. Before he could react, Qin Feng suddenly stood in front of him. Professor Mike looked like he saw a ghost. He stuttered. Why you're not dead, why you're a human or a ghost? Professor Mike was truly shocked. He and William Hagen saw Qin Feng fall from the mountain peak. If he fell from such a high mountain peak, he would definitely be smashed to pieces. However, not only did Qin Feng not die, he was also completely unharmed. This was simply unbelievable. It's you. You're the one who killed Chief William, right? Realization dawned on Professor Mike. He suddenly understood everything. It had only been 3 months since Qin Feng destroyed the Iron Tank Corps' base. Professor Mike and William Hagen thought Qin Feng's strength hadn't changed much. However, Professor Mike could see that Qin Feng was clearly much stronger. I killed that old guy. Don't worry, it's your turn now. Qin Feng had just finished speaking when he felt the turbulence in the air. Professor Mike was preparing to use his ability. Qin Feng had fought with Mike several times. Professor Mike's spatial ability was extremely fast and unpredictable. However, at this moment, a flash of pink light flashed. Professor Mike's body suddenly froze. His eyes were about to pop out, and they were filled with shock. This time, Mike didn't disappear. Or rather, his upper body didn't have time to disappear because the cosmic flying sword pierced his heart. However, Professor Mike's lower body disappeared. That scene was very strange, and it was Qin Feng's first time seeing it. Buzz! The energy waves floating in the air disappeared. Professor Mike's disappeared body gradually recovered. He returned to his normal appearance, but he wasn't far from death. Why, you're actually faster than me using my ability. Professor Mike couldn't accept this fact even before he died. He lowered his head and looked at the sword in his heart. It was glowing with a pink light. Mike couldn't figure out what kind of treasure it was. Qin Feng single-handedly annihilated the most powerful family in America. Professor Mike was filled with regret at the moment of his death. The William family thought that the level 6 metahumans in the research division could dominate the world. They even tried to take the first step in conquering the world from China. They thought China was a backward country with a large population and a large population. After Professor Mike met Qin Feng, he realized the power of the Chinese. There were mysterious and powerful martial artists and countless treasures in China. China was the country with the longest history and culture. There was a reason it could exist for more than 5,000 years. China was not weak. In fact, it was incomparably powerful. If William Hagen and Professor Mike were given a chance to be reborn, they would never set foot in China again. Qin Feng heaved a sigh of relief as he watched Professor Mike slowly fall to the ground. The William family in America was completely annihilated by Qin Feng. The level 6 metahumans cultivated by the William family were all dead. Only Qin Wudao was left. Rumble. Qin Feng casually shot out 2 balls of destructive fire and burned Professor Mike and William Hagen. Then, Qin Feng leaped onto the cliff. A pink light followed him and soared through the valley. Qin Feng, are you all right? Qin Feng returned to where Lu Bingbing was. I'm fine. Those 2 guys are dead. I'll bring you up. Qin Feng carried Lu Bingbing and flew back to the top of the cliff on his flying sword. Qin Feng was still naked. Lu Bingbing hugged him all the way and was embarrassed. Standing on the top of the cliff, the wind howled. Qin Feng and Lu Bingbing looked down at the capital. It felt like they were the rulers of heaven and earth. Bingbing. Qin Feng suddenly felt something was grabbed. He lowered his head and looked at Lu Bingbing. Lu Bingbing blushed and squatted down. The 2 of them fought on the cliff. Qin Feng said he would teach Lu Bingbing a lesson, so he did not show any mercy. Lu Bingbing screamed and begged for mercy. Qin Feng did not give up. He wanted to teach Lu Bingbing a lesson. Otherwise, this lass would try to show off her power again. The battle only came to an end when the sun was setting. Lu Bingbing was so tired that she was paralyzed. She lay motionlessly in Qin Feng's arms. The 2 of them sat on the top of the cliff and enjoyed the beautiful scenery. By the way, Qin Feng, what stage are you in? How did you defeat the divine dragon? Lu Bingbing had been fighting with Qin Feng since they met. She finally had the time to chat with Qin Feng. I've reached the peak of stage 9 inner Qi, but I can only fight with a stage 1 true Qi martial artist. Defeating the divine dragon was a fluke. If we had another fight, it would be hard to tell who would win, Qin Feng said honestly. Lu Bingbing's eyes sparkled. Seeing her man become so powerful and become the most powerful person in China, Lu Bingbing felt proud of him. When they first met in Acropolis City, Lu Bingbing hated Qin Feng for being a hedonistic and unruly playboy. Now that she thought about it, she felt lucky that Qin Feng had been pursuing her. If he had given up halfway, they wouldn't be together now. They stayed on the top of the mountain until the sun set. When the sky darkened, Qin Feng stepped on his flying sword and carried Lu Bingbing back to the villa. Lu Bingbing hadn't seen Qin Feng for a long time. She usually lived alone in the big villa. She was very happy to have Qin Feng's company tonight. When they got home, Lu Bingbing personally cooked. Although there were only 2 of them, she made a large and sumptuous dinner. Qin Feng understood Lu Bingbing's intentions, so he ate all of the dishes. Lu Bingbing was extremely satisfied. After dinner, the 2 of them sat on the sofa in the living room and watched a movie. Halfway through the movie, Qin Feng's expression changed. He let go of Lu Bingbing and ran out the door. Ah, Qin Feng, where are you going? Bingbing, stay at home. I'll be right back. Qin Feng's figure disappeared into the night, but his voice echoed in the room. Lu Bingbing became nervous. She felt that something bad was going to happen, but she didn't chase after him. Qin Feng told her to wait at home, so she obeyed. Whoosh! Whoosh! Qin Feng was running on the lawn under the night sky. This area was full of mansions and villas, and there were many green belts. There was no one around at night. Qin Feng chased after a black shadow. That person was lying on the ground outside Lu Bingbing's villa, peeping. When he was discovered by Qin Feng, he immediately followed him out. "Who are you? Don't run if you have the guts!" Qin Feng yelled coldly. The black shadow didn't stop. He ran toward a hill behind the mansions. The man was so fast that Qin Feng couldn't catch up to him even after chasing for a long time. Whoosh! Whoosh! Qin Feng didn't know how long he ran, but he arrived at a barren hill. At this moment, the black shadow stopped and turned his back to Qin Feng. It was as if he was waiting for Qin Feng. "Who are you? Why are you hiding outside Lu Bingbing's villa?" Qin Feng maintained a 1-meter distance from the man in black and stared at him vigilantly. Chapter 1078. "It's you." Qin Feng looked at the man in surprise. The man looked to be in his 40s, but his face was filled with the vicissitudes of life. This man was none other than Codename Y, whom Qin Feng had met in the Acropolis City prison. At that time, Hao Yun and the others had called Zhang Biao to the Amethyst Dragon Palace and forced him to fight in an underground boxing ring. After seeing Zhang Biao knocked out by Uncle Feng, Qin Feng went to challenge Uncle Feng in a rage. During the fight, Qin Feng broke through and killed Uncle Feng before going to prison. Qin Feng was very curious about Codename Y. This man gave Qin Feng a very mysterious feeling. Back in the prison, he gave Qin Feng a black box and told him to only open it when he was strong enough or when the Qin family was in danger. Qin Feng still hadn't opened the black box and kept it in the system. This black box seemed to have a lot to do with the system. It was the first non-system item that Qin Feng could store in the system. Haha. Qin Feng, little friend, we haven't seen each other for a few months. You still remember me. Codename Y smiled at Qin Feng. Qin Feng relaxed his guard. Ever since they met in the prison, Qin Feng hadn't seen Codename Y again. He didn't expect him to suddenly come looking for him tonight. "Codename Y, what's your real name?" Qin Feng asked curiously. "I won't mention my real name, even I've forgotten it. I came looking for you because I have something important to tell you." Codename Y's expression became serious. He was getting straight to the point. When Qin Feng first entered the prison, he was only stage 3 inner qi. Now, he had broken through to the peak of stage 9 inner qi. However, after looking at Codename Y, Qin Feng couldn't figure out his realm. "Senior, please tell me. I'll help you if I can." Qin Feng could tell that the man in front of him wasn't simple. "Do you still have the black box I gave you in the prison?" Codename Y asked. "I've been keeping it," Qin Feng replied honestly. Codename Y nodded. "You haven't opened it?" "Not yet." At first, Qin Feng really wanted to open it, but he forgot about it. He only remembered now. "Haha, looks like you've become the most powerful person in the mortal world, so there's no need to open it." Codename Y smiled faintly. After encountering Codename Y again, Qin Feng became curious about many things. When Qin Feng first put the black box in the system, Little Pig was very close to the box. Moreover, Codename Y's description of the black box was very exaggerated. He said that it was related to an earth-shattering secret, and that opening it could save the Qin clan when it was about to be destroyed. Qin Feng didn't know whether this was true or not. "Senior, what's in that black box? And who are you? Why did you come to find me this time?" Qin Feng became a curious baby and asked many questions at once. Codename Y said, "I was originally the great guardian of the Martial Art Alliance. However, because I discovered a major secret of the base, I escaped on my own. Now I'm still wanted by the Martial Art Alliance. As for the black box, there is a system. I believe you understand the system better than I do." Code name Wise words stunned Qin Feng. He never thought that there would be a system in that black box. Code name Y actually gave such an important item to him. However, Qin Feng instantly thought through many things. No wonder the black box could be stored in the system, even though it wasn't an item from the Hedonist sovereign system. Moreover, the little pig was quite close to the black box. If the black box really was the system, then what code name Y said before was not an exaggeration. A system was unexpectedly powerful. Because Qin Feng obtained the Hedonist sovereign system, he went from a powerless hedonist young master to the most powerful person in China's secular world in less than a year. Senior, you actually gave such an important item to me? How did you know that I have a system? Qin Feng had many more questions in his mind. Back when Qin Feng was in prison, he had only obtained the system. At that time, no one knew the secret of Qin Feng's system. He never thought that code name Y would know. When code name Y saw Qin Feng's vigilant expression, he smiled and said, "Little friend Qin Feng, don't be nervous. I have no ill intentions towards you. The reason why I know that you have a system is not because I saw it. After I discovered the secret of the martial art alliance, I saw some internal information. It recorded the owners of China's system, and I saw your name." The more Qin Feng listened, the more shocked he became. What kind of shocking secret was the martial art alliance hiding? Their organization actually had a list of the owners of the system? Qin Feng then thought of what Shenron had said to him. Shenron's master would ask Shenron to monitor a person's development every once in a while. It seemed that Ling Jiutian was really cultivating system owners. Who was he? How could he be so powerful? Qin Feng was so shocked by this news that he could not speak for a while. Code name Y sighed and said, "Actually, when I discovered the secret of the organization, I was also shocked. I don't have the system, so I don't know how powerful it is. But from the changes in you over the past 6 months, I have already guessed a thing or two. The system is really amazing. It has already surpassed the scope of Earth's technology. I have been secretly investigating the source of this system, but there has been no progress or clues. The reason why I found you this time is that I want to work with you to investigate the secret plan of the Martial Art Alliance and then find the source and secret of this system." Codename Y discovered the existence of the system more than half a year ago. He realized that the system was likely to be a disaster on Earth. So codename Y escaped from the Martial Art Alliance and found one of the owners of the system, Qin Feng. This conversation allowed Qin Feng to understand many more questions. When he defeated Shenron, Qin Feng, Shenron, and Xue Er discussed the secret of the system, but there was no conclusion. After talking to codename Y tonight, Qin Feng was even more certain that the system was a very dangerous factor. If it was really used by someone with ulterior motives, it would be a disaster on Earth. "Sir, how should I cooperate with you?" Qin Feng quickly came back to his senses and decided to form an alliance with codename Y. Codename Y's expression became serious again as he looked in the direction of the Martial Art Alliance's base in the distance. "The Martial Art Alliance is more powerful than you, and I think they are the strongest force in the secular world of Huaxia. The chief of the alliance, Ling Jiutian, has been missing for a long time. I don't know what he is doing, but I suspect it has something to do with the system. This time I came to you. I want to use your identity as the owner of the system to lure Ling Jiutian out, and then start from him to find out the situation behind the Martial Art Alliance. But Ling Jiutian is very powerful. Even if you and I join forces, we are completely no match for him. This operation is very dangerous. My young friend, Qin Feng, think carefully before you agree." Codename Y's expression became blank. This earth-shattering secret had been going on for a long time, and even he was not sure how far Ling Jiutian's plan had progressed. Qin Feng's expression was also extremely serious. Ever since he obtained the system, Qin Feng had never been so nervous. Qin Feng originally thought that the owner of the system would be extremely powerful and even rule over the earth. However, as the system was revealed one after another, Qin Feng realized that he was just a player in this earth-shattering secret, or perhaps a chess piece. Sir, I don't have to think about this. I am willing to join forces with you to investigate and stop Ling Jiutian's plan. I know the power of the system best. If Ling Jiutian is really cultivating system owners and using these people for his use, the consequences will be unimaginable. Qin Feng did not hesitate much. No matter how dangerous this mission was, Qin Feng would bravely step forward. Because he was one of the owners of the system, he had to figure out the secret of the existence of the system. Codename Y seemed to have guessed that Qin Feng would agree, and his expression did not change. In that case, you and I have to be careful in the future. Since Ling Jiutian is cultivating the system, we can also rope in some system owners. This way, our chances of winning against the Martial Art Alliance will be higher. Codename Y proposed a very crazy plan, but Qin Feng's eyes lit up. This plan could be implemented. Qin Feng had now confirmed that Cher was the owner of the system, and he had joined forces with Cher's star system. Qin Feng also had a black box in his hand, which also contained a system. I have now infiltrated the Martial Art Alliance. As the Deputy Chief Deacon of the Law Enforcement Hall, I have actually been secretly investigating the Martial Art Alliance's behind-the-scenes plan. This is a mission given to me by the system. Qin Feng had nothing to hide from Codename Y. After all, Codename Y knew more than Qin Feng. Codename Y nodded and said, "The status of a deacon in the Martial Art Alliance is too low, and it is almost impossible to find out confidential information. In that case, you should strive to get promoted as soon as possible. I feel that the Martial Art Alliance has been a little restless recently. I'm afraid that their plan has reached a critical moment, and we also have to speed up." Codename Y also found out that the situation was urgent, so he found Qin Feng and told him so many things. "Okay, I will do my best," Qin Feng said solemnly. The two of them chatted for a while, and Codename Y left. Before he left Qin Feng a number so that Qin Feng could contact him if there was anything important. Qin Feng watched as a gust of wind blew on top of the pitch-black mountaintop, and Codename Y disappeared. This kind of method could only be done by Qin Feng using his flying sword. It seemed that Codename Y's strength had probably stepped into the true Qi stage. Codename Y left the Martial Art Alliance to be the chief protector. So how powerful was the deputy chief of the Martial Art Alliance and the chief of the Martial Art Alliance, Ling Jiutian? It was already midnight when Qin Feng returned to the villa. Lu Bingbing had been waiting in the living room. She was not in the mood to watch the movie anymore, and she was anxiously waiting for Qin Feng to return. "Qin Feng, are you okay? Where did you go?" As soon as Qin Feng entered the room, Lu Bingbing ran over barefoot without even putting on her slippers. Qin Feng reproachfully slapped Lu Bingbing's butt and carried her back to the sofa. "Why are you running around barefoot? Be careful not to catch a cold." "I'm fine. An old friend came to see me, so I went out to meet him." Lu Bingbing was relieved to see that Qin Feng was really fine. Qin Feng did not mention anything about the Martial Art Alliance and the system, mainly because he did not want Lu Bingbing to worry. The two of them watched the movie for a while, and Lu Bingbing fell asleep in Qin Feng's arms. Seeing how tired Lu Bingbing was, Qin Feng gently carried her back to the house to sleep. After settling Lu Bingbing down, Qin Feng returned to the living room. He moved his mind slightly, and a pitch-black box that exuded an ancient aura appeared in his hand. "Master, open it." Little Pig also ran out. It seemed to be very interested in the black box, and it jumped around Qin Feng. Qin Feng took out the black box and was about to open it. He gently removed the wooden lid, and a strange light shot out. It was like a small sun, and it lit up the whole living room. "Little Pig, is this the system?" Qin Feng was dumbfounded, and he stared at the light in the black wooden box. It was a very strange light, and the color kept changing. Before the system recognized its master, it was like a ball of light. It lay quietly in the black wooden box, and it seemed to be observing Qin Feng and Little Pig. Chapter 1079. Master, this is the sovereign peace system. It's not interested in you, so it doesn't want to recognize you as its master. Little Pig said. Qin Feng retracted his consciousness, so the system really did recognize him as its master. This made Qin Feng quite confused. What conditions did the system recognize him as its master? Why did the hedonist sovereign system recognize him as its master? However, Qin Feng also understood something else. No wonder code name Y gave him the black wooden box containing the system. Perhaps the sovereign peace system didn't choose code name Y as its master. This way, even if a normal person obtained the system, it would be useless because they wouldn't be able to fuse with the system and unleash its power. Master, there are two ways for the system to fuse with a human. One is to automatically recognize a master, and the other is to passively recognize a master. Little Pig continued. Back then, I automatically recognized you as my master because you met the requirements of the hedonist sovereign system. As for passively recognizing a master, you need to erase the original consciousness of the system soul so that it can't automatically recognize a master. Then, the system will be passively integrated into the human's brain. Qin Feng suddenly thought of the system unblock tool he received when he completed the devouring sovereign superstar quest. Little Pig, do I have to use the system unblock tool to passively recognize a master? That's right, Master. The system unblock tool erases the consciousness of the system soul. Qin Feng finally understood. Back then, he thought the system unblock tool was useless. Now he realized that it was an extremely important item. This way, Qin Feng could fuse the sovereign peace system into someone's brain, or Qin Feng could fuse with the sovereign peace system himself. Master, I don't recommend you fuse with the sovereign peace system. Little Pig suggested as soon as Qin Feng had this thought. Why, if I fuse with the sovereign peace system, will there be two systems in my brain? Will there be two system souls at the same time? Are you afraid that I'll fall in love with the peaceful system soul and abandon you? Is that why you won't let me fuse with it? Qin Feng looked at the little pig jokingly. The little pig raised its chubby head and said proudly, "Ha! Master, I'm not trying to brag, but out of all the systems in the Supreme Series, I, Little Pig, am the most adorable and silly system soul. After Master has me, you won't like any other system soul." Qin Feng couldn't help but think of Cher's star system, Soul Flower Squirrel. That little squirrel was also very cute, but Qin Feng really wasn't interested in her. Then why don't you let me fuse with the peace system? Qin Feng asked curiously. If Master hadn't met Codename Y tonight, you could have fused with the peace system. However, now that you've met Codename Y and found out about the Martial Art Alliance's plan to cultivate the system, Little Pig doesn't recommend Master to fuse with the peace system. In actuality, out of all the sovereign systems, the hedonist sovereign system that Master has is the most powerful and complete system. The sovereign peace system isn't even 10% as powerful as the hedonist sovereign system. Even if Master fuses with the peace system, he won't be able to obtain anything more powerful than that. But if Master gives the peace system to someone else, then the true function of the peace system will be unleashed, and the person who obtains the system will grow faster. Qin Feng understood what Little Pig was trying to explain patiently. Simply put, the peace system could be compared to a blue-grade treasured sword. This treasured sword was a good item. However, to Qin Feng, who had the rare pink-grade cosmic flying sword and Moon's Morning, a blue-grade treasured sword was of little value. If it was given to someone who didn't have a treasured sword, then it would be a real treasure. In your opinion, who should I give the sovereign peace system to? Qin Feng wanted to hear Little Pig's suggestion. The sovereign peace system was created to protect the peace of the world. It's best to give it to a righteous person. If he's powerful enough, then it'll be even more useful. Based on these conditions, Shenlong is the best candidate. Little Pig suggested Shen. Long Qin Feng thought about it and agreed that Shen Long was indeed the best candidate. Not long ago, Qin Feng had a long talk with Codename Y, and both of them decided to subdue a system owner in secret. If the Dragon God could obtain the Sovereign Peace System and then subdue the Dragon God, Qin Feng would have one more fierce general on his side. More importantly, Shenlong already knew about the existence of the system, so Qin Feng didn't need to explain to him what the system was. All right, when I have time, I'll give the Sovereign Peace System to Shenlong. After all, he's my brother-in-law, so I have to help him. Qin Feng closed the black box, and the room darkened. The strange power also disappeared, and everything returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. Qin Feng fell asleep on the sofa last night. He felt a soft body in his arms and slowly woke up. Lu Bingbing wore a thin silk nightgown. She lay in Qin Feng's arms and stared at him. When she saw Qin Feng open his eyes, she quickly closed them and pretended to sleep. Of course, Qin Feng saw Lu Bingbing's little movements and was amused by her. Qin Feng was filled with a sense of accomplishment. This woman used to be cold and heartless, but now she was like a little girl after being trained by him. Bing Bing, you came into my arms early in the morning. Do you want it again? As Qin Feng spoke, he reached out and grabbed Lu Bingbing's butt. Lu Bingbing blushed. She pretended to be asleep and didn't speak, letting Qin Feng do whatever he wanted. This aroused Qin Feng. He tore off Lu Bingbing's nightgown and said with a smirk, "Since Bing Bing is asleep, I'm going to do it." Bing Bing, don't get up and don't scream. Qin Feng turned over, and Lu Bingbing cooperated and continued to pretend to be asleep. However, after a while, Lu Bingbing couldn't pretend anymore. Qin Feng was too violent, and Lu Bingbing had to scream to vent her emotions. Otherwise, she would suffocate to death. After waking up and exercising in the morning, both of them felt refreshed. After Lu Bingbing was done, she was too lazy to put on her clothes. Naked, she ran to the kitchen to make breakfast for Qin Feng. A sumptuous breakfast was placed on the dining table. Qin Feng and Lu Bingbing sat facing each other. Qin Feng admired Lu Bingbing's body as he ate steak and milk. Bing Bing, I'm going back in a while, Qin Feng said halfway through his meal. Lu Bingbing's knife and fork stopped abruptly, and a hint of reluctance flashed in her eyes. However, the moment she lifted her head, she smiled and asked, "Are you going back to Acropolis City?" Qin Feng caressed Lu Bingbing's pretty face and said, "Yes, I haven't been back for a while. I'm going to Hero City to have a look." "I heard Qin Yi is back." Lu Bingbing was so shocked that she dropped her knife and fork. Qin Feng hurriedly walked over and pulled Lu Bingbing into his arms. He looked at Lu Bingbing's long legs and was relieved to make sure they weren't cut by the knife and fork. Lu Bingbing finally calmed down a bit, but the shock in her beautiful eyes hadn't subsided. "Qin Yi? I assent, he dead?" When Qin Feng first heard the news of Qin Ye's return from Cloudy Sky, he was as shocked as Lu Bingbing. "He's not dead. He just hasn't shown himself. He suddenly went to Hero City. I'm going to see how he's been." Lu Bingbing was a little sad and disappointed that Qin Feng was leaving. She thought Qin Feng was in a hurry to go back to Hero City to see other women. However, after learning about Qin Yi, Lu Bingbing didn't think too much. She sped up her meal, put on her clothes, and took the initiative to send Qin Feng to the airport, the provincial capital international airport. The airport lobby was already packed with people. However, more than half of these people were not going to travel, but were here to send Qin Feng off. The people from the 4 major families and the 5 minor families of the provincial capital were here. As for the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th tier families, they were all lined up outside the lobby. They didn't even have the right to enter the lobby. Lu Bingbing and Yan Wushuang were also here. Both of them surrounded Qin Feng. There were many people from the Dragon sect, and many students from the provincial capital university came to see Qin Feng off. The airport was filled with beautiful women. other than Lu Bingbing and Yan Wushuang. Xiao Li, Xue Chang Xan, and Cloudy Sky were also here. Qin Feng was going to bring the four of them to Hero City. Even Ma Xinxin was here. She had been staying at the Ma family fortress during this period of time. After the Ma family fortress learned about the relationship between Ma Xinxin and Qin Feng, they treated Ma Xinxin as if she was their female sect leader. The poison sect didn't dare to offend Qin Feng anymore. Due to the relationship between Ma Xinxin and the poison sect, Qin Feng didn't cause any trouble for the poison sect when he returned to the provincial capital. Feng, come to the Qin Manor when you're free. Qin Huang hugged Qin Feng and said goodbye. Brother, the Martial Arts Association and I have high hopes for the Qin Manor. Don't worry and go do great things. Qin Shao smiled at Qin Feng. Ever since Qin Feng defeated the Dragon God, the conflict between Qin Feng and Qin Shao was completely resolved. Now, Qin Shao and Qin Wudao worked together to develop the Qin Manor and made it better and better. Qin Duo Air stood at a distance and didn't dare to come over. Her eyes were red, and she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to hold back her tears if she came close to Qin Feng. Many people also said goodbye to Qin Feng. This scene was as grand as seeing off the Red Army from 10 miles away. The other passengers were so scared that they didn't dare to take this flight anymore. After Qin Feng said goodbye to everyone, he walked into the airport with Xiao, Li, and the other girls. Behind him, the shouts of the people continued for a long time. Young hero Qin Feng, welcome back to the provincial capital. Have a safe trip, Senior Qin Feng. In the corner of the hall stood a strange woman. The woman was tall and sexy. She wore a big round hat and sunglasses, as if she was afraid of being recognized. Seeing Qin Feng's figure gradually disappear, the woman slowly took off her sunglasses, revealing a beautiful face that could topple cities. So it was Dongfang Qingxue. Dongfang Qingxue knew that Qin Feng wouldn't go to the Dongfang Yuan to propose, but she still waited for Qin Feng these days. In the end, Qin Feng didn't go. Dongfang Qingxue had already recovered her original cold and noble temperament. She was like an iceberg beauty. Although there were many people secretly peeping at her, they were all stopped by her cold aura that repelled people 1,000 miles away. Not a single man dared to come up and strike up a conversation with her. Everyone had many sides, and Dongfang Qingxue was the same. She wasn't born this cold, and she wasn't just cold and arrogant. Not long ago, Dongfang Qingxue had the happiest time of her life in Devil City. At that time, she was a different person. She was no longer cold and emotionless, nor was she high and mighty. She would even act spoiled and cute by Qin Feng's side and become a little girl. She would even bicker with Xiao Li and cause trouble for Qin Feng. Dongfang Qingxue was also lively and unreasonable. At that time, she was no longer an ice goddess. She was more like a crazy woman. But that was all in the past. From the moment Qin Feng's figure disappeared at the ticket gate, women surrounded Qin Feng. From this moment onwards, Dongfang Qingxue was still the Dongfang Qingxue from before. She was the cold and noble woman that made everyone feel ashamed of themselves. She felt that she wouldn't change again because she had already changed for one person. She no longer had the courage to change. Chapter 1080. When Qin Feng returned to Hero City, he looked at the majestic city gate and the newly built city wall. He couldn't even recognize them. Wow. Qin Feng, is this the base of Hero City that you built? It's magnificent. Xue Er's eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked at Hero City. Master, this place is beautiful. Xiao Li was also amazed. She had heard Qin Feng talk about Hero City a long time ago, but she didn't expect it to be so perfect. Ma Xinxin and Chang Xan were also amazed. Yun Xiao had just left Hero City, so she wasn't as surprised as Yun Xiao. She was used to the prosperity of Hero City. Qin Feng saw that Xiao Li and the other 3 girls loved Hero City. so he happily walked into the city with the 5 girls in his arms. Holy shit, young Master Qin is back. Oh my god, it's really young Master Qin. He's the only shameless person in China who can do something as shameless as hugging 5 beauties at once. Hurry up and inform the other sisters-in-law. There's going to be a good show today. The members of the Feng group and Hong sect were waiting at the gate of Hero City. They were excited when they saw Qin Feng. Young Master Qin. A group of people ran up to Qin Feng and greeted him. Qin Feng patted long hair and smiled, not bad. You've broken through to stage 5 inner Qi not long after I left. Qin Feng remembered that long hair was only at stage 3 inner Qi when he left after setting up the spirit gathering formation. Long hair said proudly, Young Master Qin, it's all thanks to your spirit gathering formation. Plus, I'm talented and intelligent in the martial cultivation school. It's hard not to break through. Qin Feng slapped Longhair's head and scolded him jokingly. How dare you brag in front of me? You're asking for a beating. Longhair hurriedly chuckled and said good things about Qin Feng. Qin Feng discovered a serious problem. Actually, Longhair, Huang Jingua, and even Yun Zhe all had different personalities before they met him. They were all honest and upright people. But after following him, Qin Feng discovered that these people were better at bragging. Who taught them? Qin Feng and Longhair chatted for a while. Suddenly, a group of women rushed out of Hero City. The 10 or so women were all dressed differently, but they were all devastatingly beautiful. They fought to be the first to pounce on Qin Feng. This spectacular scene stunned Xiao, Li, and the other women. Master, these are all your women? You said that you have a few women by your side. It seems like there are dozens of them, right? Xiao Li opened her small mouth, looking very amused. Qin Feng was a little embarrassed. He laughed guiltily and said, "Haha, there's no difference between a few and a few dozen. Everyone just needs to get used to it." Chang Xian and Cher did not know what to say. Before they came here, they were still thinking about how they could compete with the ladies in Hero City's harem. Now that they saw more than a dozen ladies in Hero City's harem, they immediately gave up on the idea. Qin Feng, when did you come back? You didn't even tell us. Zhao Lingxian was the first to arrive. She grabbed Qin Feng's arm and started to size up Chang Xian and the other women. Lin Bei, Lu Wenjing, Su Qiuyu, Bai Qing, Rao Sherman, Liu Qin, Han Ying, Ren Xiaoyao. Qin Feng suddenly felt a headache coming on. When did he take in so many women? Qin Feng, it's great that you're back. Lin Bei hugged Qin Feng's other arm obediently. Hero City was like spring all year round. Han Ying was wearing a sexy red qipao that revealed a lot of her fair skin. She was so shy that the guards didn't dare to look at her. Qin Feng, you're so cool. You brought a few new women with you this time. I think the sisters should tie him up and stop him from leaving. Han Ying looked at Qin Feng with a charming expression. After returning from America, Han Ying had gradually returned to her usual seductive self. Every woman came up to greet Qin Feng. They were all beautiful women with different personalities. Chang Xian and Xiao Li felt ashamed when they saw them. Wow, Teacher Chang Xian, you're here as well. Don't tell me that bastard Qin Feng forced himself on you as well? Hua Yan jumped to Chang Xian's side with a shocked expression on her face. Qin Feng slapped Hua Yan's butt and said, You stinky girl, how can you say that? It's my dominance and handsomeness that conquered Chang Xian. How did you say that he forced himself on her? Chang Xian finally found someone she knew in the crowd. She went to the side to chat with Hua Yan. Cloudy Sky was in Hero City, so she didn't feel awkward when she returned. The women's gazes fell on Xiao Li and Cher. Qin Feng brought these 2 women back to Hero City for the first time. She looks so familiar. She looks like a superstar, Su Qiuyu said as she looked at Cher. Su Xiatian suddenly jumped up and shouted, She's Cher, the superstar Cher! The crowd was in an uproar. Not long ago, When Qin Feng used the space-time door to transfer items in the system, he mentioned Cher. Cher had joined the Hero Alliance. Now that Qin Feng brought Cher back to Hero City, these women couldn't help but admire Qin Feng's flirting skills. Rao Sherman knew Cher. A while ago they were filming in Hong Kong, so she pulled Cher aside and started chatting with her. Let me introduce you to everyone. This is Xiao Li. I met her during the martial arts conference in Demon City. Xiao Li, these are your good sisters. I hope you can get along well with each other in the future. After Qin Feng introduced Xiao Li to the crowd, the women knew the relationship between Xiao Li and Qin Feng was not simple. Almost all the women in Hero City were gathered here, but Zhang Cuckoo was nowhere to be seen. Huh? Where did Cuckoo go? Did she go back to the provincial capital? Qin Feng was puzzled. If Zhang Cuckoo had gone back to the provincial capital, Rao Sherman should have gone back with her. However, Qin Feng saw Rao Sherman just now. At the mention of Zhang Cuckoo, all of the women looked helpless. Zhao Lingxian complained, Qin Feng, you have to keep Cuckoo in check when you come back. That girl has gone crazy. Every day, she drives a yacht out to sea to catch sharks. Otherwise, she goes to Devil Beast Mountain to hunt wild beasts. Qin Feng was stunned, but he quickly regained his senses. The others didn't know the reason behind Zhang Cuckoo's change, but Qin Feng knew it very well. Zhang Cuckoo drank the ancient giant beast's DNA. There was an ancient giant beast hidden in her body, so it was normal for her to go crazy. Where is Zhang Cuckoo now? I'll go and discipline her. Qin Feng was very interested in the ancient giant beast's DNA. He wanted to see how Zhang Cuckoo had changed recently. The women looked at the man-made beach in unison. She just drove a yacht to the deep sea. Every time she came back, she would bring a big shark with her. Recently, she forced us to eat the shark she roasted every day. We almost threw up. Qin Feng's mouth twitched. He quickly drove the yacht to the deep sea. Qin Feng purposely sensed the presence of the black turtle, but it wasn't strong. It seemed like the black turtle was not in the sea. Cuckoo, you've gone crazy. Qin Feng killed his way to the deep sea. He saw a beautiful figure riding on the back of a big shark. The shark was as obedient as a kitten in front of Zhang Cuckoo. It allowed Zhang Cuckoo to step on and hit it as she pleased. Ah, big brother Qin Feng, when did you come back? Come and play with Cuckoo. What do you think of Cuckoo's new pet? Zhang Cuckoo was excited to see Qin Feng. She grabbed the shark's fin and steered it towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng leaped onto the back of the shark. He grabbed Zhang Cuckoo's hand and began to feel her pulse. Zhang Cuckoo's pulse was strong. It was not a human's pulse, but the pulse of a sleeping giant beast. Big brother Qin Feng, what are you doing? We used safety measures every time we had sex. I'm not pregnant. Zhang Cuckoo was as scary as ever. Qin Feng was so scared that he almost fell off the shark's back and into the sea. Cuckoo, is there anything wrong with your body recently? Qin Feng asked. Zhang Cuckoo immediately complained, Big brother Qin Feng, the ancient giant beast DNA is too scary. I feel like there's a giant beast living in my body. I can't eat my fill no matter how much I eat. I have an endless supply of energy every day. If I don't hunt a few wild beasts, I'll feel sick. Zhang Cuckoo waved her hands and said, Oh right, we haven't gone to Devil Beast Mountain to hunt today. Let's go. Zhang Cuckoo was a lively and energetic person. After drinking the ancient giant beast's DNA, she was in a state of insanity. Qin Feng almost lost control of this lass. The two of them rode the shark across the sea and landed at the edge of Devil Beast Mountain. They leaped onto the mountain and saw the flaming golden eagle and glacial snow mastiff running towards them. The last time Qin Feng left Hero City, he had left the two battle pets in the city. The two battle pets would go to Mount Devil Beast to train and play every day when they had free time. The two battle pets were cheering in excitement when their master was back. Little wolf, Little Condor, let's go hunt. Zhang Ku had been visiting Devil Beast Mountain frequently recently, so she had become familiar with the two battle pets. Qin Feng leaped onto the glacial snow mastiff's back. Zhang Ku insisted on flying on the back of the golden eagle. Devil Beast Mountain was divided into 3 areas: the outermost layer, the middle layer, and the innermost layer. Qin Feng had come to Devil Beast Mount many times, but he had always been active in the outer and middle regions. The innermost region was filled with layers of fog, and he couldn't see the situation inside clearly. Moreover, there was a strong and dangerous aura coming from the inner region. Even the flaming golden eagles and glacial snow mastiffs didn't dare to enter that region. The 2 people and 2 pets quickly arrived at the outer layer. With Qin Feng's strength, he was already invincible in this area. When he first ascended Devil Beast Mountain, he was almost killed by the 3-eyed elephant boar. In the end, he had to join forces with Hua Xianyu to barely defeat the 3-eyed elephant boar. However, after more than half a year, when Qin Feng stood in the outer region of Devil Beast Mountain, a few 3-eyed elephant boars ran away in fright when they passed by. 3-eyed monstrous boar, where do you think you're going? Zhang Ku went crazy when she saw her prey. She stepped on the golden condor's back and swooped down. Seeing that she was about to catch up to the herd of 3-eyed elephant boars, Zhang Ku leaped into the air and landed on the back of one of the 3-eyed elephant boars. She ignored its tough fur and threw a punch at it. Roar! A 3-eyed elephant boar let out a blood-curdling screech and fell to the ground. Zhang Ku leaped up and kicked the second 3-eyed elephant boar. Rumble! A huge 3-eyed elephant boar that weighed almost half a ton flew into the air and crashed into its companion that was running away in panic. The 2 3-eyed elephant boars rolled on the ground and only stopped after knocking down a dozen trees. The flaming golden eagles and glacial snow mastiffs were bloodthirsty and combative. They were howling at the sky to cheer for Zhang Ku. Qin Feng was dumbfounded by the scene. With his current strength, his performance was about the same as Zhang Ku's. Was this girl trying to defy the heavens? Ouch! I've run out of energy again. Zhang Ku was in the middle of fighting when she suddenly fell from the sky. She screamed in pain. The 3-eyed elephant boars ran away in a frenzy and almost stepped over Zhang Ku's body. Qin Feng quickly rushed over and pulled Zhang Ku into his arms. Ku, don't scare me. Why did you suddenly fall? Chapter 1081. Zhang Ku's buttocks broke into 4 pieces. She cried out in pain. Boo-hoo! Big brother Qin Feng, that ancient almighty beast gene you gave me isn't fun at all. It keeps malfunctioning and it hurts so much. Big brother Qin Feng, help me rub it. Qin Feng was amused by Zhang Ku's mischievous expression, so he rubbed Zhang Ku's butt. By the way, Kiki, how long can you maintain the power of the ancient giant beast? Qin Feng asked. Zhang Ku pondered for a moment. About an hour a day. It's hard to say. Sometimes it's longer, sometimes it's shorter. The ancient almighty beast genes had a chance of activating some of the ancient almighty beast's abilities. After consuming it, the ancient almighty beast genes would slowly fuse with the user's genes. This process was relatively long, but with Zhang Ku's current situation, it was normal. All right, hurry up and come down. Don't go crazy alone in the future. If you really want to cause trouble, call Lu Jie and the others to come with you. What if you lose your ability one day and get injured? Zhang Ku lay on Qin Feng's body like a koala bear. Qin Feng pulled her off him. Zhang Ku was used to doing things her own way, so she was very obedient to Qin Feng. She nodded and said, I know. Brother Qin Feng, play with me a little longer today. Since Qin Feng had arrived at Devil Beast Mountain, he was prepared to explore further. With his current realm, he could try to explore the inner area. Qin Feng leaped onto Flaming Dragon Horse, with Zhang Ku in his arms. The flaming golden eagle and glacial snow mastiff followed closely behind him. Flaming Dragon galloped at full speed while Zhang Cuckoo screamed excitedly. Qin Feng wished he could tear off this silly girl's clothes and teach her a lesson. Hiss! After running for a while, Flaming Dragon Horse's front hooves suddenly flew up and it stopped running. The surrounding environment had already changed greatly. In the outer and middle layers of Devil Beast Mountain, there was still some dim light, and the cheerful chirping of birds could be heard. But in the inner area, it was completely dark, and the shapes of the trees were all strange and frightening. The cold wind whistled, and there was a gloomy smell in the air. The sounds of birds and insects could no longer be heard. It was so quiet that it was as if there were no living things around. Zhang, Cuckoo, was scared out of her wits. She sat on the horse's back and hugged Qin Feng tightly. Big brother Qin Feng, it's so scary here. Are we going to be eaten by the monsters? Qin Feng patted Zhang, Cuckoo's back, and looked around vigilantly. Little Pig said, Master, Flaming Dragon Horse is scared. It doesn't dare to go any further. Qin Feng summoned the Flaming Dragon Horse back into the system. The Flaming Golden Falcon and the Glacial Snow Mastiff circled around Qin Feng. The two battled pets had sensed the danger and began to observe the surroundings vigilantly. Roar! All of a sudden, a furious roar came from the depths of Devil Beast Mountain. Judging from the distance of a few hundred meters, it sounded as if it was right beside Qin Feng and Zhang Cuckoo's ears. A wild wind immediately sprang up within Devil Beast Mountain. With just a single roar, the magical beast caused the air currents to change. This kind of powerful and berserk strength caused Qin Feng to sigh in admiration. Master, the Flaming Golden Eagle and the Glacial Snow Mastiff are asking you to leave. The demonic beast inside is very powerful. Even if they join forces, they won't be able to defeat it. Little Pig's anxious voice rang in Qin Feng's mind. Zhang Cuckoo was terrified. Qin Feng, let's go roar. Roar, 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 roar. Another roar came from another animal. It seemed like a battle between wild beasts was taking place in the forest ahead. Qin Feng leaped to the top of the tallest tree and looked into the distance with his night vision goggles. A few hundred meters away, 5 single-horned rhinoceroses, 3 wild wolves, and a snow leopard were besieging a gigantic ape. The ape's fur was as white as snow, but there was a patch of red hair on its head. The ape was huge. When it stood up, it was more than 3 meters tall. Its body was muscular and its eyes were blood red. It bared its fangs and roared at the wild beasts around it. Qin Feng had no intention of meddling in the battle between the wild beasts inside Devil Beast Mountain. Just as he was about to leave with Zhang Cuckoo, he noticed a thin and delicate figure amidst the wild beasts. Xiao Shir was standing under a tree. Her long hair fluttered to the top of her head, and her eyes were empty. It seemed like she was controlling the wild beasts to attack the white-furred demonic ape. Roar! The white-furred demonic ape was enraged. It suddenly launched an attack. Moving as nimbly as a human, it arrived beside the single-horned rhinoceroses in the blink of an eye. It swung its thick arms at the rhinoceroses and sent them flying into the air. Bang! After the slap, the white-furred demonic ape kicked a wild wolf. Although it was only one person, it was incomparably domineering. It was as if it was the overlord of the mountain. A single roar from it was enough to deter the other wild beasts from attacking. Xiao Shir's face turned pale. Controlling so many wild beasts at once was too much for her to bear. On top of that, the white-furred demonic ape was too ferocious. In just a few moves, it had defeated half of the enemies. Qin Feng, where are you going? Zhang Cuckoo suddenly cried out. She saw Qin Feng stepping on a pink longsword and heading toward the depths of Devil Beast Mountain. The Flaming Golden Eagle and Glacial Snow Mastiff were about to follow when Qin Feng's voice drifted over. Protect Cuckoo, I'll be right there. Upon hearing their master's order, the two battled pets stopped abruptly. They retreated to Zhang Cuckoo's side and observed their surroundings vigilantly. Qin Feng stepped on his flying sword and soon arrived at the battlefield where Xiao Shir was fighting. The white-furred demonic ape could not stop its rampage. It had already sent the last snow leopard flying and was charging toward Qiao Shirshir. Swoosh! With a flash of pink light, Qiao Shirshir felt her body was floating in the air as she shuttled through the forest. She had been in Devil Beast Mountain recently, wanting to enter the deepest part of the mountain to search for the Beast King. She did not expect to be ambushed by the white-furred demonic ape. Qiao Shirshir thought she was about to be killed by the white-furred demonic ape, but she was still alive. Qin Feng, why are you here? Qiao Shirshir looked at the man who was hugging her and cried out in surprise. It had been a long time since they last met, but Qiao Shirshir had not changed at all. She wore a snow-white dress, and her long hair fluttered in the wind. Shirshir, didn't I tell you not to come to Devil Beast Mountain? Why are you here alone? You're so naughty. Qin Feng glared at Qiao Shirshir and smacked her butt. Qiao Shirshir shrieked in fright. Her face was so red that tears were about to drip from her cheeks. Qiao Shirshir felt a surge of warmth in her heart. She had forgotten how many times Qin Feng had saved her life. Every time Qiao Shirshir came to Devil Beast Mountain, Qin Feng would appear to save her when she was in danger. However, Qiao Shirshir was perplexed. She had a good impression of teacher Qiao Feng, but when she saw Qin Feng holding her in his arms, her heart was moved. There was a moment when Qiao Shirshir wanted to let go of the hatred in her heart and spend the rest of her life with Qin Feng. However, when she thought of Qiao Feng, she hesitated. In the end, she chose to disappear. Roar! The two of them hugged each other tightly and looked at each other without saying a word. The atmosphere was warm and sweet. It was at this moment that the white-furred demonic ape caught up to them. It leaped across the forest and arrived in front of the two of them. Then it slapped its huge palm down. Boom! Before the palm reached them, the air exploded. The cosmic flying swords were disrupted by the violent wind. Qin Feng and Qiao Shirshir swayed, and it looked like they were about to fall to the ground. Qin Feng, run! This white-furred demonic ape has entered the true energy realm. You're no match for it. Run! Qiao Shirshir finally came to her senses. She realized that she and Qin Feng were in danger. A human at the true Qi stage was already powerful enough, let alone a demonic beast at the true Qi stage. With that slap, Qin Feng and Qiao Shirshir instantly fell to the ground. But when they landed, Qin Feng flipped over and landed on his back. Qiao Shirshir was tightly held in his arms and was unharmed. Bang! A loud bang sounded, and a deep pit appeared on the ground. Rays of golden light shot out from Qin Feng's body. If it wasn't for the protection of invincible golden body, Qin Feng's bones would have shattered. Ah, Qin Feng, are you all right? Qiao Shirshir hastily got up from Qin Feng's arms. She was so scared that her heart almost jumped out of her chest. Qin Feng was thoroughly enraged by the white-furred demonic ape. He leaped into the air and slashed Moonmorn. Rumble! A cold ray of moonlight fell from the sky. It was as if the power of the moon god had been triggered. The white-furred demonic ape did not dodge. It slammed its palm forward. The two air currents collided, and a huge explosion shook the ground. The surrounding trees swayed as if the world was about to collapse. Whoosh! Qin Feng didn't dare to stay in the middle of the explosion. There was a flash of pink light, and he disappeared 100 meters away with Qiao Shirshir in his arms. The white-furred demonic ape wanted to run, but it wasn't fast enough. It was hit by the air currents, and its huge body was sent flying, crashing into a dozen or so trees. Roar! 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 The attack failed to hurt the white-furred demonic ape. It jumped to its feet and pounded its chest with its arms, roaring at the sky. Qin Feng, what sword is that? Qiao Shirshir was so shocked by the power of the cosmic flying sword that she forgot about the danger of the white-furred demonic ape. It's a rare pink weapon. It's a cosmic flying sword. It can fly and kill. Qin Feng said quickly, Then he leaped up and brought Xiao Shir to the top of a tree. "You stay here. I'll go deal with that demonic ape." Before Xiao Shir could say anything, Qin Feng disappeared in a flash of pink light. When he reappeared, he was standing in front of the white-furred demonic ape. He was wearing the blood demon armor and holding Moonmorn in his hand. Boom! A loud noise came from Qin Feng's body. He had activated the blood demon armor's pure spirit blood and the berserk demon core in his body. The berserk demon core was the one he had devoured after killing the berserk black demon bear on Devil Beast Mountain. Roar! Qin Feng's eyes turned red. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into a demonic beast and was roaring at the white-furred demonic ape. After activating the blood demon armor's pure spirit blood, Qin Feng became the king of beasts. His demonic beast aura shook the forest, and even the white-furred demonic ape was stunned. Boom! Several balls of destructive fire shot out. This was the myriad beast true fire that Qin Feng had devoured after killing the fire wolf. The white-furred demonic ape was stunned, but it didn't dodge. The balls of fire instantly surrounded the demonic ape, but they didn't burn its body. "Master, the myriad beast true fire isn't very effective against demonic beasts." Qin Feng wanted to use the myriad beast true fire to defeat the white-furred demonic ape, but he didn't expect that he would make a mistake. He quickly struck out with his palms, and the extreme ice flight froze the white-furred demonic ape instantly. Crack, crack, crack. The deep blue ice was dazzling in the darkness, but the outer layer of the ice cracked. The white-furred demonic ape roared angrily and broke free from the ice. At the same time, it regained its consciousness and slapped Qin Feng. Buzz! A strange energy wave rippled through the air. Xiao Shir saw that Qin Feng was in trouble, and she quickly sent out her thoughts. As a rare spirit beast master in China, Xiao Shir had recently advanced from sovereign realm to emperor realm. The so-called emperor realm meant that one was the king of all things, and they could control all things. The white-furred demonic ape finally regained its consciousness, and its eyes became dazed again. It was as if its soul had been sucked out of its body, and it stood there dumbly. Chapter 1082. How could Qin Fen leave Xiao Shir alone? Seeing that Xiao Shir had the white-furred demonic ape under control, Qin Fen commanded the cosmic flying sword to fly forward. Rumble! The white-furred demonic ape's body was as hard as a city wall, and the sword only managed to cut a small piece of flesh. Roar! The power of the sword was so great that it woke the white-furred demonic ape. Xiao Shir had already collapsed on the tree fork and couldn't control the white-furred demonic ape for the time being. Rumble! The white-furred demonic ape seemed to have gone mad after it regained its consciousness. It swung its metallic arms and attacked Qin Fen. Qin Fen fled on the flying sword. He was shocked by the power of this demonic beast. Even the cosmic flying sword couldn't pierce through this white-furred demonic ape. Qin Fen couldn't think of a way to defeat this demonic beast unless he used Star Technology's products. Swish! 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 Qin Fen flew back and forth on the flying sword, circling the white-furred demonic ape. This demonic beast was fast. It leaped from tree to tree, and its body was unusually agile and nimble. It was able to keep up with Qin Fen. The white-furred demonic ape even picked up a few large rocks from the ground and threw them at Qin Fen as it ran. Qin Fen heard dozens of howls of wind as the rocks flew past him like cannonballs and toppled a large tree. Swish! Qin Fen was forced into a corner. He suddenly leaped onto the top of a large tree. With a flash of pink light, the cosmic flying sword changed direction and stabbed at the white-furred demonic ape's chest. A sword hum sounded. Qin Fen jumped down from the tree with Moonmorn in his hand. It was like a crescent moon in his hand. Moonmorn condensed the power of the moon. He brandished the sword, and a chilling sword light enveloped the land. In an instant, he slashed the white-furred demonic ape over 100 times. Bang! 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 The white-furred demonic ape didn't dodge and allowed the sword chi to land on its body. This demonic beast's skin was so thick that not even a missile could penetrate it. After Qin Fen finished slashing, he landed. The white-furred demonic ape seized the opportunity and punched through the air, causing the air between the two to vibrate violently. Rumble! A few nearby trees fell to the ground, and the violent airflow exploded. Before Qin Fen could dodge, he was sent flying by a huge wave. The golden light on his body shone brightly, and when he landed, Qin Fen felt extremely uncomfortable. He felt like he was about to vomit out all of his internal organs. This white-haired devil ape was a true Qi stage magical beast. Qin Fen felt that even invincible golden body wouldn't be able to withstand its attack. The berserk devil ape didn't give Qin Fen a chance to catch his breath. With a leap, a black shadow appeared above Qin Feng's head. Half of the sky was blocked by the white-haired devil ape. If this foot came down, Qin Feng reckoned that he would be trampled into two halves. Rumble! The ground suddenly shook, and a deep pit was blasted open. Rocks flew everywhere, and a circle of trees fell to the ground like a bunch of tarot cards. Qiao Shishir was petrified as she watched from the top of the tree. Suddenly, a pink light flashed, and Qin Feng returned to Qiao Shishir's side. Oh my God! This white-haired devil ape is too fierce. I'll have to use my ultimate move. Qin Feng crouched on a tree branch, and a cool-looking star tech blue laser gun suddenly appeared on his shoulder. There was a long dragon engraved on the body of the gun, and the mouth of the dragon was the muzzle. Qin Feng, what kind of gun is this? Qiao Shishir was stunned by the star tech blue laser gun. She was just about to ask when Qin Feng pulled the trigger. The huge recoil caused the tree to sway. Fortunately, Qin Feng's legs were wrapped around the tree trunk, and he didn't fall to the ground. Rumble! A green laser beam shot out, and it was as fast as the cosmic flying sword. Before Qiao Shishir could recover from her shock, she saw a deep pit in the ground. The white-haired demonic ape was lying in the pit, its white fur charred black. She couldn't even recognize its original appearance. Roar! Qin Feng waited for a while, and when the dust settled, the white-haired devil ape stood up from the pit. It beat its chest with its arms and roared at the sky. It was surprised that it didn't die from the shot. Qin Feng had used the Star Tech Blue laser gun to defeat the Divine Dragon at Mount Divine Dragon. The Divine Dragon was severely injured after being shot, and it didn't even have the strength to stand up. However, this white-haired devil ape was able to crawl out of the pit on its own. Although its roar was much weaker than before, it was still terrifying. This white-haired devil ape was even fiercer than the Divine Dragon. At the very least, its defense was better than the Divine Dragon's. Qin Feng looked at the scope and prepared to shoot again. Qin Feng, don't! Before he could fire the shot, Qiao Shishir suddenly pulled Qin Feng's arm. Qin Feng turned around and looked at Qiao Shishir with a puzzled expression. What's wrong, Shishir? Qiao Shishir looked at the heavily injured, white-haired devil ape on the ground and felt sorry for it. After all, Qiao Shishir was a spirit beast master, and she had a close relationship with animals. Qiao Shishir could control these demonic beasts and become the queen of all creatures. She had an innate affection for living creatures. So how could she bear to see Qin Feng kill the white-haired devil ape? Don't kill it. It's no longer a threat, Qiao Shishir pleaded as she looked at Qin Feng. Qin Feng's expression changed slightly, but he still carried the Star Tech Blue laser gun on his shoulder. This demonic beast is enraged. If we don't kill it, we won't be able to go down. It will chase after us like crazy. Qiao Shishir looked worried, but she knew what Qin Feng said made sense. After a moment of silence, Qiao Shishir's long hair suddenly floated to the top of her head, and her eyes became hollow. Qin Feng, let me try to tame this white-haired devil ape first. If I can't, you can kill it then. Qin Feng carried the Star Tech Blue laser gun on his shoulder and kept an eye on the white-haired devil ape. The demonic beast had yet to discover the tree that Qin Feng and Qiao Shishir were hiding behind. Otherwise, it would have rammed the tree down. Strange energy waves floated in the air. Qiao Shishir was trying to control the white-haired devil ape with her mind. The white-haired devil ape sensed Qiao Shishir's thoughts and became agitated. It roared and jumped around on the ground. Roar, 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 roar. The white-haired devil ape's roar shook the entire forest. Dozens of towering trees were knocked over by the white-haired devil ape. The white-haired devil ape's eyes turned blood red, and it struggled like a madman. Qiao Shishir's face paled. Her lips were chapped, and a thin layer of sweat formed on her forehead. Qin Feng put away Star Tech's blue laser gun and hastily poured out a few qi-strengthening pills and stuffed them into Qiao Shishir's mouth. The pills melted the moment they entered her mouth. Waves of spiritual energy gushed out from the pills, making Qiao Shishir's complexion look a little better. This was a battle that could not be seen, but it was real. Qiao Shishir used her mind to fight with the white-haired devil ape. If Qin Feng did not see it with his own eyes, he would not believe that a weak girl like Qiao Shishir had the ability to control a ferocious demonic beast like the white-haired devil ape. Qin Feng continued to stuff medicinal pills into Qiao Shishir's mouth, which allowed Qiao Shishir to persevere. The white-furred demonic ape was indeed worthy of being a true Qi-stage demonic beast. Its mind was much more resolute than an ordinary person's. It took Qiao Shishir more than half an hour to finally subdue this demonic beast. Roar! The white-haired devil ape was still roaring instinctively, but it did not sound like it was angry. Its voice had lost its wild and menacing tone. The white-haired devil ape no longer rammed around. It foolishly stood on the same spot as if it had lost its mind. Phew! Qiao Shishir let out a long sigh of relief. She closed her eyes and collapsed into Qin Feng's arms. Even with the help of Qin Feng's pills, Qiao Shishir's mental strength was exhausted. She felt as if she had not slept for 10 days and 10 nights. She fell asleep in Qin Feng's arms. For a moment, Qin Feng did not know what was going on. He did not know if Qiao Shishir had subdued the demonic beast or she had failed. When Qin Feng saw Qiao Shishir's pale face and chapped lips, he lowered his head and kissed Qiao Shishir's lips. Then he transferred some of his inner qi into her body. Waves of cool air flowed through Qiao Shishir's meridians, and she felt very comfortable. Qiao Shishir's mouth was dry, and she instinctively licked her lips. However, her lips came into contact with something soft. Ah, W, what are you doing? Qiao Shishir was startled and shyly pushed Qin Feng away. She realized that Qin Feng had secretly kissed her. Qin Feng could not help but kiss her. Now that he had regained his senses, he felt a little embarrassed. Ahem. Shishir, did you subdue the demonic beast? I saw you fainted, so I wanted to wake you up as soon as possible. Qiao Shishir shyly rolled her eyes at Su Yan. Then she leaped off the tree. When the white demonic ape saw Qiao Shishir, it was as if it had seen its master. It ran to Qiao Shishir and jumped around excitedly. Qin Feng was so shocked that he almost fell from the top of the tree when he saw a ferocious demon beast suddenly reveal a childlike smile and act childishly. Qin Feng, don't kill it. I've subdued the white demonic ape. She will be my pet from now on. Qiao Shishir stopped Qin Feng as soon as he landed. The white demonic ape was not as obedient to Qin Feng as it was to Qiao Shishir. It suddenly bared its sharp fangs and roared at Qin Feng. Qiao Shishir quickly patted the white demonic ape's arm and said, "Demonic ape, this is my friend. Don't be agitated." The The white demonic ape seemed to understand Xiao Shirshi's words and really quieted down. Qin Feng was speechless. This ferocious demonic beast had forced him to use Star Text Blue laser gun. In the end, it was subdued by Xiao Shirshi's mental power and became her pet. However, Qin Feng was satisfied with this result. With the white demonic ape protecting Xiao Shirshir, Qin Feng did not have to worry. Shirshir, why did you come to Devil Beast Mountain again? Come with me. Qin Feng came up and pulled Xiao Shirshir. Xiao Shirshir shyly struggled out of Qin Feng's hand. Actually, Xiao Shirshir's emotions were complicated recently. She had a good impression of teacher Xiao Feng, but she often missed Qin Feng. Xiao Shirshir felt that she had become a bad woman. She missed two men at the same time. To be responsible for herself, Qin Feng and Xiao Feng, she decided to disappear and hide. Qin Feng, you should leave now. This is the depths of Devil Beast Mountain. There are many ferocious beasts here. Don't be fooled by the white demonic ape's ferocious appearance. There are many demonic beasts as powerful as this one. You will be in danger if you stay here. Xiao Shirshir did not want to leave and tried to persuade Qin Feng to leave. Qin Feng did not want to waste his breath. He carried Xiao Shirshir on his shoulder and patted her, but as he rushed to Zhang Kuku's side, "You're disobedient, aren't you? Then I'll have to punish you. Since Devil Beast Mountain is dangerous, how can I leave you here? Let's go out together." Xiao Shirshir lay on Qin Feng's shoulder and kicked his back, but she could not break free. The white demonic ape followed Qin Feng all the way back to Zhang Kuku's side. Roar! As soon as they arrived, the glacial snow mastiff and flaming golden falcon became agitated. The two battle pets stood in front of Zhang Kuku and glared at the white demonic ape. The white demonic ape was enraged. It dashed forward to fight the two battle pets. Xiao Shirshir was so frightened that she stopped struggling and shouted at the white demonic ape to stop. Chapter 1083. Wow, this gorilla is so cute. Its fur is as white as snow, and there's even a small tuft of red hair on its head. Quick, squat down and let me touch its fur. Qin Feng and Xiao Shirshir were stunned. They watched as Zhang Kuku ran to the white-furred demonic ape and played with it like a pet dog. After all, it was a true Qi-stage demonic beast. Roar! The white-furred demonic ape was so enraged that smoke was rising from its head. It opened its bloody mouth at Zhang Kuku, but Xiao Shirshir quickly stopped it. "Little white, don't!" After the white-furred demonic ape was subdued by Xiao Shirshir, it was very obedient to her. Although it felt wronged, it could only stand at the side and let Zhang Kuku pull its fur here and there. Qin Feng could not stand it anymore. He pulled Zhang Kuku into his arms and said, "Stop! You've already plucked all its fur." Zhang Kuku pouted and said, "Big brother Qin Feng, can you help me pluck a strand of red hair from the gorilla's head?" Qin Feng's mouth twitched. The red hair was probably the demonic ape's reverse scale, so he would not do anything stupid to it. Xiao Shirshir was a little disappointed when she saw the intimate scene between Qin Feng and Zhang Kuku. She leaped onto the white-furred demonic ape's shoulder and ordered it to move deeper into Devil Beast Mountain. Qin Feng immediately chased after Xiao Shirshir and pulled her back. "Shirshir, come with me to Hero City. I have a few friends there." Xiao Shirshir struggled on Qin Feng's shoulder, but she could not break free. Qin Feng did not waste any more time and brought Xiao Shirshir and Zhang Kuku back to Hero City. The group of beauties and Lu Jie were dumbfounded when they saw the 3 humans and 3 demonic beasts standing in Hero City. When Lu Jie arrived, he found out that Big Brother Qin Feng had gone to look for Zhang Kuku. When he finally saw Big Brother Qin Feng, he found out that Big Brother Qin Feng had kidnapped a woman and a giant white-furred demonic ape. Lu Jie could understand the woman. But what was the meaning of the white-furred demonic ape? Was Big Brother Qin Feng so powerful that he had to kill a man-ape? Isn't this Shirshir? You're here too. Lu Jie quickly recognized Qiao Shi and greeted her. Qiao Shi had already landed on the ground. When she saw the bustling scene in Hero City, she was stunned. As a matter of fact, Qiao Shi was a frequent visitor to Devil Beast Mountain. She had noticed the castle here, but she didn't expect it to belong to Qin Fin. Sure, you're here too. That's great. At this moment, Hua Yan and Chang Xian arrived. Hua Yan hugged Qiao Shi's arm and jumped around. Qiao Shi was dumbfounded. She said with a dazed expression, Hua Yan? Teacher Chang Xian, why you're both here? Yes, sure. Lu Jie and I have been in Hero City for a long time. Teacher Chang Xian just arrived today. Hua Yan introduced everyone. Qiao Shi was baffled. She remembered that Hua Yan and Chang Xian had an unexplainable relationship with Qiao Feng. Also, Lu Jie had acknowledged Qiao Feng as his boss. Why did these people come to Qin Feng's side? Due to Qiao Shi's special identity, she often came and went alone. Her information was very limited, and she still didn't know the relationship between Qin Feng and Qiao Feng. Hua Yan, why are all of you in Hero City? Aren't you with Qiao Feng? Qiao Shi couldn't hold back her curiosity and asked. Lu Jie and the other two looked at Qiao Shi as if they were looking at an alien. Qiao Shi was embarrassed by their stares. Shi, don't you know that Qin Feng is Qiao Feng? Qin Feng is Qiao Feng, and he also has the identity of Qing Lang. This guy likes to switch identities to pick up girls, Hua Yan said mercilessly. Qin Feng rolled his eyes. Suddenly, Qiao Shi's mind went blank. She was stunned by the news. So Qin Feng is Qiao Feng? It seems that Qiao Shi likes Qiao Feng, and Qin Feng are the same person. The burden in Qiao Shi's heart was lifted. The girls gathered around Qin Feng. Zhao Lingxian and the others were speechless when they saw Qin Feng had picked up another fairy-like beauty while he was looking for Zhang Ke. Han Ying had suggested the girls to tie Qin Feng up and stop him from fooling around. Now, the girls agreed with her suggestion and decided to tie Qin Feng up while he was asleep. When Qin Feng returned, the girls gathered around him. Although everyone was a little jealous, they were mostly happy. These women would quarrel in private, but in front of Qin Feng, they tried their best to avoid fighting. While Qin Feng played with the girls, Lu Jie, long hair, and Huang Jingguo were attracted by the gigantic white-furred demonic ape. They surrounded it and studied it. Haha, big brother Qin Feng, you're finally back. Suddenly, a burst of laughter rang in the air. Everyone quieted down and looked at Qin Feng with a strange expression. The person who came was Qin Yi, who had been killed before. Now that he appeared again, the girls were worried that Qin Feng wouldn't be able to handle it. Qin Feng's expression was calm, but his heart was in turmoil. Looking at Qin Yi, who was walking toward him from afar, Qin Feng was in a trance. Half a year ago, the Amethyst Dragon Palace suffered heavy casualties. Qin Feng escaped to the provincial capital with severe injuries. Li Xiaojie, Sima Tu, and Qin Yi died on the spot. Later on, Li Xiaojie came back to life, and now Qin Yi was also alive. Qin Yi, you're still alive. Qin Feng took a step forward and hugged Qin Yi. Actually, Qin Feng had heard about this from Yin Xiao in the provincial capital, but he pretended not to know. While hugging Qin Yi, Qin Feng carefully examined his body. Li Xiaojie came back to life because the verdant sect had replaced his organs. Qin Feng was worried that Qin Yi had done the same. In this case, Qin Feng's identity still had to be investigated. Big brother, we're almost done hugging. If we continue, the sisters-in-law will think we're gay. Qin Yi laughed and got up from Qin Feng's arms. Qin Feng didn't sense any corpse aura or the evil aura unique to the verdant sect's disciples. Haha, great, this is great. Now, all the grandchildren of the Qin clan have gathered. I'll stay in Hero City for a few days. Then I'll take you to the Qin clan to meet Grandpa and the others. Qin Feng quickly regained his composure. He couldn't see through Qin Yi, but he didn't say it out loud. I've heard about the recent events. Big Brother led the Qin clan back to the top of the 4 major clans in the provincial capital. Now, the secular world of China is proud of Big Brother Qin. I had some conflicts with Big Brother before. Please forgive me, Big Brother. I was young and impulsive back then. Qin Yi had changed a lot when he saw him again. When Qin Yi was conferred the title of Young Master of Jin City, he was resourceful and was called Little Zhuge. However, at that time, Qin Yi was too frivolous, arrogant, and full of youthful vigor. He was too smart for his own good. After more than half a year, Qin Yi was much more mature and unfathomable. Qin Feng patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "Conflicts and friction are common between brothers. It's good that you came back alive. Let's go. Let's find a quiet place to have a good chat. How have you been these past half a year?" Qin Feng had already taken Qin Yi to the villa. The women usually clung to Qin Feng, but when there was something important, they were very obedient and didn't say anything. Seeing Qin Feng and Qin Yi enter the villa, the women all had worried expressions on their faces. Big sister Ling Xian, wasn't Qin Yi always plotting against Qin Feng? I heard he died in the Amethyst Dragon Palace. Why did he suddenly come back? It's quite scary. Lin Bei asked nervously. Zhao Lingxian wrapped her arm around Lin Bei's arm and said coldly, "I don't know why Qin Yi didn't die. I don't know why he suddenly came back. In any case, I don't like Qin Yi. He wasn't a good person before. Sisters, be on your guard against Qin Yi in the future. Now that Hero City has just been built, Qin Yi suddenly came back. I don't think he's plotting against Hero City," Han Ying said. Back then, she was the clearest about Qin Yi and his people's little schemes. Han Ying was still worried about Qin Yi. Before, the women didn't like each other and were jealous. Now that they felt that Qin Feng was in danger, they instantly united. No one was bickering. Qin Feng brought Qin Yi into the villa. The two of them sat across from each other at the coffee table in the living room. "Big Brother, I suddenly came back without telling you. Also, I disappeared for more than half a year. You didn't scare Big Brother, did you?" Qin Yi acted as if he had returned to his own home. He didn't feel restrained at all. Qin Feng sat calmly and said, "How could I be surprised? I was surprised. It was all a misunderstanding. I've always felt guilty about what happened to you. Now that everything has been settled, Qin Wudao and Qin Xiao are working together to develop Qin Manor. I'm sure if they know you're still alive, they'll be as happy as I am." Qin Ye's expression changed slightly. No one knew what he was thinking, but he quickly regained his composure. Haha, I came back in a hurry and didn't have time to tell them. However, I see that Big Brother's Hero City is also developing, and I really like it here. If it's possible, let Big Brother Wudao and Big Brother Qin Xiao develop Qin Manor. I'll help Big Brother Qin Feng develop Hero City. It'll make up for my previous mistakes. Qin Feng was worried about Qin Ye's willingness to stay in Hero City. Qin Feng was sincerely happy that Qin Yi was still alive. However, Hero City was Qin Feng's base. His women were all here. Qin Feng couldn't let Qin Yi stay here until he trusted him completely. "Qin Yi, there are many people helping me manage Hero City. It's a waste of your talent if you stay here. Why don't you go to the provincial capital? The situation in the provincial capital has changed drastically. The 4 major families have been replaced, and Qin Manor has become the #1 family. They're in urgent need of manpower," Qin Feng said with a smile. Qin Yi didn't panic, even though he was rejected. He smiled calmly and said, "Big Brother, we're cousins. We share the same blood. There's no need for us to talk in such a vague way. I know Big Brother is still wary of me. It's completely understandable. To prove my sincerity, I can tell Big Brother about an experimental base of the Verdant sect to prove my innocence." Qin Feng's expression changed slightly. He asked, Qin, where have you been for the past 6 months? What happened? Qin Ye's eyes gradually became empty. He seemed to be recalling his experiences in the past 6 months. During the battle at the Amethyst Dragon Palace, I thought I was dead. I didn't expect to wake up later. Li Xiao, Jia woke up with me. The two of us were captured by the Verdant sect and were saved. However, Sima Tu's experiment failed and he died. Although Li Xiao, Jia and I are still alive, our lives are worse than death. We became the Verdant sect's lab rats. The Verdant sect is worse than pigs and dogs. They have been secretly experimenting with the living dead. They replaced Li Xiao, Jia, and my organs with those of dead bodies and made us use corpse qi to cultivate. That transformation process was the most painful period of my life. I even thought of suicide. However, I clenched my teeth and persevered in order to take revenge and see Big Brother and the Qin family again.